Elden Ring is a game packed with so many hidden details, obscure references, and quietly buried secrets that even players with thousands of hours in the lands between are still stumbling across things that completely reframe what they thought they understood about the world. And this video walks through 194 of those discoveries one by one. Before I move forward, I'm counting on you to support my channel by clicking that tiny subscribe button so that we can spread these amazing videos to folks like you around the world. Thank you. I put this video together because I kept running into these Easter eggs scattered all over the place. Reddit threads, obscure wiki footnotes, data miner discoveries, offhand community comments. And no one had really compiled them into one long sit-down experience. I wanted this to feel less like a checklist and more like a slow walk through everything the game is quietly trying to tell you. One choice I made early on was to order these not by region or by the order you'd encounter them in a playthrough, but loosely by theme, so that certain threads connect to each other and build as the video goes on. You'll notice some eggs that seem unrelated early on come back around later in a way that makes them feel bigger. That was intentional. Some purely visual gags are in here too, because not everything needs to be deep. All right, let's get into it. Patches, the universally hated helper. Patches is one of those characters that From Software has been quietly carrying from game to game for over a decade, and Elden Ring is no exception. He first appeared in Demon's Souls as a shady merchant with a talent for kicking players into pits, and that exact behaviour has followed him through Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and now The Lands Between. In Elden Ring, you find him in Murkwater Cave early in the game, and the encounter is almost a ritual at this point for veteran From Software players. He locks you in a room with a chest, you open the chest, he drops a net on you, delivers a speech about how this is your fault actually, and then offers to be your merchant going forward. The specific dialogue he uses, the way he frames his betrayal as a kind of teaching moment, is practically word for word consistent with his behaviour in previous games. What makes this particularly interesting in Elden Ring is that he has a full questline extending well beyond that first encounter. He eventually ties into the Volcano Manor storyline and even gives you a letter of invitation to that location as part of a separate quest. The developers have confirmed through interviews that Patches is treated as a recurring in-universe character, not just a reference, which one possible reading of the lore suggests means there is something about his nature that allows him to persist across different worlds and cycles. His armor-set description in several games hints at a man who has survived through shamelessness and adaptability. Whether he is the same Patches from all those games, or simply a type of person that keeps appearing is left deliberately ambiguous, but the wink to longtime fans is loud and clear. When he calls you good-natured but foolish, it lands differently the fifth time you've heard it. Radon held the stars and place, one of the single most dramatic pieces of environmental lore in Elden Ring, is also one that players often walk right past without fully absorbing its scale. Star Scourge Radon, the demigod you fight at the Radon Festival in Caelid, was not simply powerful. He had, at some point before the events of the game, used his mastery of gravity magic to literally halt the movement of the stars in the sky above the lands between. The reason he did this was to prevent the stars from falling and fulfilling their destinies, because one of those stars falling was tied to a prophecy involving Ranni the Witch. Radon, by some interpretations, may have done this as a favour to Ranni, or at least as an act connected to her scheme, though this interpretation points toward a relationship between siblings that the game only hints at obliquely. The practical implication of this lore is that the sky you see in Elden Ring, those brilliant constellations hanging motionless overhead, is not a natural sky. It is a sky frozen by the will of one man who studied gravity magic so completely that he could impose his will on celestial mechanics. When you defeat Radon, the stars begin moving again. And immediately after his defeat, a massive meteor falls from the sky and crashes into Limgrave near the third church of Marika, opening a passage down to Nokron, Eternal City. That meteor was always going to fall. Radahn was the only thing holding it back. The entire Radahn Festival questline, which frames his death as a mercy, killing for a man driven mad by scarlet rot, is simultaneously the act that fulfills Ranni's plan. You are, without knowing it, for most of a first playthrough, doing exactly what she needed done. Radahn's horse, Leonard. While we're talking about Radahn, it would be wrong to move past the detail of Leonard, his horse, without giving it the attention it deserves. Radahn was famously one of the largest demigods in the lands between, described as a giant of a man, broad enough that conventional horses could not carry him. His response to this problem was to study gravity magic, specifically so that he could reduce his own weight enough that Leonard, a comparatively small horse, could bear him. There is something genuinely touching about this. Radahn, who is presented as this titanic, seemingly unstoppable warrior, spent dedicated time learning an entire branch of magical theory, not for power, not for war, but so he would never have to be separated from his horse. The item description for the Radahn armor set suggests that his attachment to Leonard was one of his defining personal traits, and this is reinforced by the Radahn Festival itself, where NPCs comment on how Radahn and Leonard are inseparable. In the fight itself, Leonard charges into battle with Radahn in the second phase of the encounter, and in the Radahn questline's continuation, after the fight, Bled notes a certain sadness about the outcome. Leonard is still alive after Radahn's defeat. The horse that was faithfully carried by a man who used his intellect and power to protect something he loved is left standing in Caelid after the festival ends. Players who visit that location after the fight and look around will find Leonard wandering the battlefield. It is one of those details the game never calls attention to, but absolutely placed there deliberately. Ranni is not who she appears to be. Ranni the Witch presents herself as an Empyrean who rejected the path offered to her by the Two Fingers and the Greater Will, a god candidate who chose independence over divine servitude. That is all true. What the game layers on top of that is considerably more complicated. Ranni's appearance in the game, the small blue doll body she inhabits, is not her real body. Her real body, the one she was born into as a demigod daughter of Radagon and Renala, was killed on the Night of Black Knives, an event she orchestrated herself. On that night, assassins wielding blades imbued with stolen destined death killed Godwyn the Golden, the son of Marika and Godfrey. Simultaneously, Ranni's own soul was separated from her body, which also died. The intention appears to have been to kill her flesh while preserving her soul in a doll, allowing her to exist outside the control of the Greater Will, which holds power over life and death through the Erd Tree. Her subsequent inhabitation of the doll body is a workaround, a technical existence that the rules of the cosmos apparently didn't anticipate. Her name, Ranni, is also a nickname. Her full name is Renala, named after her mother, which she abandoned in favour of this shortened form. When you find the Snow Witch hat in Renna's Rise, the item description points toward Ranni's alternate identity as the Snow Witch, who travelled the lands, teaching sorcery before revealing herself. The entire character is a study in layers, and almost every item connected to her questline adds at least one more. Radagon is Marika. This is perhaps the single most significant revelation in Elden Ring's lore, and the game communicates it quietly before the final boss even begins. Radagon of the Golden Order and Queen Marika the Eternal are the same person. This is not a metaphor. They are literally one being who exists in two forms. The golden mural in the Erd Tree depicts Radagon and Marika facing away from each other, and an inscription translates roughly to the idea that Radagon is Marika. The item description for the Fel Omen Runi from Morgoth suggests that Marika's consort was always herself, in another guise. The implications of this are staggering when you trace them through the family tree. Radagon was first married to Renala of Raya Lucaria, producing Rani, Rykard, and Radon. Then Radagon left Renala to become the second consort of Marika, and together they produced Melania and Mikela. What this means is that Marika effectively married herself in her male aspect and produced children with that version of herself. Before Radagon, Marika had been with Godfrey, producing Morgoth and Morg, and with another partner, producing Godwyn. The entire royal family of the lands between is built on this central impossibility. Radagon and Marika are portrayed as being in conflict with each other throughout the endgame, with Radagon working to repair the Elden Ring that Marika shattered, even while inhabiting the same body. The fight against Radagon that precedes the Elden Beast is, in a sense, Marika's own inner conflict, made physical. Godfrey was the first Tarnished. The golden figure who kneels in Lane Dell, the boss known as Godfrey, first Elden Lord, is not simply a past ruler. His lore points towards something that reshapes the entire premise of the game. Godfrey was Marika's first consort, a warlord whose campaigns of conquest expanded the reach of the Golden Order across the lands between. When his campaigns were over and there was no more war to fight, Marika stripped him of his grace, effectively exiling him from the lands between and sending him out into the outer lands beyond the known world. This act of dispossession made Godfrey the first Tarnished, the first person to have grace removed and to live without its guidance. All the Tarnished who follow, including the player character, are descended from or connected to the people who left with Godfrey. The fact that the player is summoned back to the lands between, by grace restored, is, by this reading, the completion of a cycle that Marika herself initiated. She sent Godfrey away so that he and his people would be tempered and hardened by the outer lands, so that when they were called back, they would be capable of the task she needed done. The Tarnished are not an accident of history. They were prepared. Whether Marika intended the specific outcome of the game's events is a separate question, but the framing of the Tarnished as a deliberately cultivated force is something multiple item descriptions point toward, and it recontextualizes the entire player character's journey. Godfrey's beast Serosh. There is a creature sitting on Godfrey's back throughout his boss fight, and most players focus on the massive axe and the stomping golden ghost, not the lion-like entity perched on his shoulders. That creature is Serosh, a great beast that Godfrey bonded with, and the item descriptions attached to the Godfrey icon talisman suggest something remarkable about this relationship. Serosh is not a trophy or a familiar. He is a suppressor. Godfrey was described as a warrior of extraordinary violence, a man whose capacity for bloodshed was so great that even after conquering everything he was set against, the urge to fight and kill never left him. Serosh was taken on not as a symbol of power, but as a means of controlling that impulse, a way for Godfrey to present himself as a lord rather than simply a weapon. The talisman description describes the great beast as having been hunted by Godfrey, who then kept him as a means of containing his own ferocity. In the second phase of the Godfrey boss fight, he tears Serosh off his back, and the tone of the fight shifts immediately. What you're fighting in that second phase, the raw golden spirit without the beast, is what Godfrey actually is underneath the lordly presentation. It is one of the most elegant pieces of environmental storytelling in the game, communicated entirely through a visual transition in a boss fight. The two fingers and what they represent. The two fingers are the oracular entities found at the Round Table Hold and in various locations across the lands between. Ancient beings who communicate through a translator called a finger reader and whose instructions form the religious scaffolding of the Golden Order's guidance of the Tarnished. They are physically exactly what they sound like, enormous two-fingered hands lying prone, emitting cryptic messages. The Easter egg here is architectural rather than narrative. The two fingers are, by the game's cosmology, the intermediaries of the greater will. the outer god whose influence shaped the Elden Ring and the Erd Tree. Their counterpart, the Three Fingers, represents the frenzied flame, a different cosmic force associated with entropy and madness. The visual language of these entities suggests a kind of cosmic sign language, a form of communication that exists outside words. The finger readers, who are all old women wearing white, serve as translation layers between these entities and mortal understanding. When you discover the Three Fingers beneath Leyndell, the encounter is framed as a deeply transgressive act, something the game treats with the weight of a genuine point of no return. The Three Fingers branding the player with the mark of the frenzied flame is presented as a kind of corruption, but the item descriptions of weapons and items related to the frenzied flame suggest a different interpretation, one where the flame of frenzy is not evil so much as it is indiscriminate, a force of dissolution that makes no judgments. The two fingers representing order and the three fingers representing chaos creates a cosmological binary the game never stops complicating. Marika's broken statue. Throughout Leyndell Royal Capital, you can find a colossal statue of Queen Marika the Eternal. It is the kind of monumental religious art that communicates power and reverence, a golden figure of enormous scale surrounded by architectural grandeur. If you look at this statue carefully, you will notice that it is broken. Specifically, the hands of the statue are broken off and missing. This is not environmental decay or battle damage in the conventional sense. Given that Marika is a figure associated with the Elden Ring, and given that the Elden Ring itself was shattered by Marika's own hands, the broken hands on her statue point toward a specific interpretation. The statue depicts not just Marika the holy figure, but Marika the one who broke the ring. The hands that shattered the golden laws of the world are absent from the monument built in her honour. Whether this was part of the original design of the statue, or represents something that was damaged or removed after the shattering, is something the game leaves open. But the visual is pointed enough that most lore researchers treat it as intentional commentary. The entire city of Leyndell is built as a monument to the Golden Order's theology, and inside that monument, the central figure is presented in a state of deliberate incompletion. It is the kind of detail that rewards players who take the time to actually look at the architecture around them rather than simply running through it. Morgott's warning messages. Before you reach Morgott, the Omen King, in Leyndell's throne room, you pass through sections of the royal capital where large golden warning messages appear on the ground, urging you in dramatic terms to turn back and leave the city. These messages are signed and attributed, and they are attributed to Morgott himself. The Easter egg is that Morgott, who you eventually fight as a boss, is the one who has been leaving these warnings throughout the game. This is a callback to earlier messages attributed to Margit the Fell Omen, a character who serves as the first major obstacle in the game and is eventually revealed to be Morgott in disguise. Both Margit's early blocking of your path and Morgott's warnings in Leyndell reflect the same character motivation. Morgott loves the Erd Tree. He has spent his existence protecting the Golden Order and the capital, despite having been branded an omen at birth, despite being cast into the sewers as an abomination, despite the laws of the Golden Order treating him as cursed. He guards the thing that rejected him, and his in-game warnings are the expression of that devotion. The item description of the Morgott's cursed sword talks about his unique tragedy. The son of Marika and Godfrey, twin to Morg, both cast out as omens, and yet one of them dedicated his life to the protection of his mother's holy city. Morgott's dialogue when you defeat him is perhaps the most emotionally resonant death speech in the entire game, and those warning messages scattered throughout Leyndell are part of the same elegiac portrait. Morg and the formless mother Morg, Lord of Blood, is Morgott's twin, and in many ways, his opposite. Where Morgott guarded the Golden Order that rejected him, Morg was contacted by an outer god called the Formless Mother, a god of blood, and embraced that contact. The blood magic Morg wields his palace hidden in a wound in the sky, his devotion to a different kind of power, all flow from that divine relationship. But the detail that makes this Easter egg particularly interesting is the abduction of Miquella. Mog stole Miquella's unfinished cocoon from the Halig tree and brought it to Mogwyn Palace, and his stated intention, communicated through item descriptions and dialogue, was to make Miquella into a god, to use Miquella's nature as an Empyrean to create a dynasty of Bloodflame. The tragedy here is that Miquella's cocoon shows no signs of waking. Players who examine the cocoon in Mogwyn Palace closely, and who read the description of the unalloyed gold needle, are led toward the conclusion that Miquella may have voluntarily abandoned his body in order to pursue his plans elsewhere, escaping Mog's captivity through a form of soul departure. The Formless Mother's influence on Mog is communicated partly through his boss arena, which is a sky palace dripping with blood, an aesthetic choice that tells you everything about the god whose favour he carries. Item descriptions for the blood boon incantations describe the Formless Mother as existing in wounds, as a deity whose domain is injury, and the vital substance that spills from it. Miquella's needle and the Age of Stars. One of the more technically complex Easter eggs in Elden Ring is connected to what happens after you defeat Malenia. You can obtain the unalloyed gold needle from her remembrance, but this item itself is a transformed version of a needle you received from completing Millicent's questline. The chain of events that leads you to have the right item at the right moment is one of the longest and most intricately constructed quest sequences in the game. At the end of that chain, if you take the item to Mogwyn Palace and use it on Miquella's cocoon, Miquella's needle transforms into a different item, and this new item can be used in the fight against the Elden Beast to cancel the Frenzied Flame ending if you've already received the Three Fingers brand. The lore suggestion here is that this needle, an item Miquella spent time creating to help his sister Malenia manage her scarlet rot, retains enough of his unalloyed gold power to override even the brand of the Frenzied Flame. The needle represents Miquella's medical and magical achievement, his attempt to cure something incurable. The fact that it also serves as the mechanism by which a player can undo a cosmological branding points toward the idea that Miquella's power of removal and unalloying extends even to the marks of outer gods. Whether Miquella intended this use of the needle, or whether it is an emergent property of the object, is one of those questions the game plants deliberately without resolving. Millicent and Malenia Millicent, the young woman you find in Gowry's shack in Caelid, infected with scarlet rot, is not simply a patient in need of a cure. The lore evidence builds slowly and consistently toward the conclusion that Millicent is one of Malenia's children, or more precisely, one of the buds of fungal life that Malenia's body produces as a function of her scarlet rot. The Clean Rot Knight armor set mentions warriors who serve Malenia, and within that context Millicent's unusual strength and her particular variant of the rot point toward a biological relationship. Gowry, the old sorcerer who tasks you with retrieving the unalloyed gold needle for Millicent, is not quite what he presents himself as either. His knowledge of Malenia's condition, his specific interest in Millicent, and certain dialogue inconsistencies suggest that he is either possessed by or acting in the service of a larger interest, connected to Malenia's rot spreading. The conclusion of Millicent's questline, depending on which choice the player makes, either has her defeating her sisters and succumbing to the rot, or being killed by the player and yielding an item that feeds back into the Miquella needle chain. The entire arc suggests that Malenia, one of the most feared beings in the lands between, is leaving behind something like children in every place her bloom spreads. And Millicent is the version of that process that almost became something more than a rot creature before the game asks you to decide her fate. Gowry's possession. Following up on Gowry, there are multiple tells in his dialogue and behaviour that suggest he is not simply an elderly sorcerer living in a shack. His shack itself is near Celia, town of sorcery, a place destroyed by scarlet rot spreading from Kalid's corruption. His specific interest in getting the unalloyed gold needle to Millicent is ostensibly framed as compassion, but his dialogue has a quality of manipulation that veteran From Software players will recognize. In later parts of his questline, Gowry is found in the same location with dialogue that feels slightly wrong in specific ways. Certain readings of the lore suggest that Gowry is a vessel for Malenia's will, or at least for the outer god of Rot's influence, and that his guidance of Millicent toward Malenia's location is not benevolent. The item description for the Gowry's bell-bearing, obtained if you kill him, describes him as a sage who devoted himself to the study of scarlet rot. That's an unusual devotion for someone presented as sympathetic. The reading that Gowry is effectively a sleeper agent for the rot's spread, ensuring that Millicent completes her arc, whether she wants to or not, is one of those interpretations the game never explicitly confirms, but assembles with enough supporting evidence that it becomes the most coherent explanation for his behaviour. Blade going hollow. Blade, the half-wolf companion of Ranni, is one of the most beloved characters in the game, and also one of its saddest. He is a shadow, a being created by the Two Fingers, and attached to Ranni as a guardian and spy. The cruel detail of his existence is that he was made to be loyal to the Two Fingers before he was made loyal to Ranni, and when Ranni's plan to betray the Greater Will came to its conclusion, Blade's foundational programming, if you will, began to break down. The Two Fingers, through E.G. the blacksmith, had blood imprisoned in Forlorn Hound Evergale before this happened. When you release him, he seems fine. He continues helping Ranni, but at the end of Ranni's questline, when you return to Ranni's Rise, you find Blade outside, hostile, gone mad. He attacks you. The item description for his armour says that a shadow, once its purpose is fulfilled, has nothing left to anchor it. He served Ranni faithfully and completely, and the act of completion destroyed him. E.G.'s optional dialogue after this event, if you speak to him, carries a grief that is communicated entirely through tone and word choice. E.G. knew this was coming. He tried to prevent it. He couldn't. The fact that Blard's wolf head makes his emotional states hard to read through animation makes the player's realization of what is happening to him hit later and harder than it otherwise would. E.G.'s role and his regret. E.G., the giant blacksmith you find on the King's Realm ruins area of Leonia, is connected to multiple questlines in ways that only become clear in retrospect. He is a war councillor of the Carian royal family, meaning he served under Renala and the Carian court. He is also the keeper of Blade, responsible for the half-wolf's care, and it is E.G. who imprisoned Blad when he sensed Blad's instability growing. At the end of Ranni's questline, if you return to E.G., he is dead. He was killed by Black Knife assassins, the same group responsible for the Night of Black Knives. The timing of his death relative to Ranni's plan completing suggests that the assassins were sent to tie up loose ends connected to the Night of Black Knives and the people who knew about it. E.G. knew more than most. His bell-bearing, obtained after his death, describes him as having lived among giants and served loyally for ages. He is one of those supporting characters whose death barely registers in the game's forward momentum, but whose loss when you sit with the lore represents the quiet erasure of someone who was trying to do the right thing in an impossible situation. He knew what Ranni was planning. He helped where he could. He paid for it. Rogier and Godwyn's Death Sorcerer. Rogier, the soft-spoken man you first meet sitting at a prayer bench in Stormvale Castle, has a story that runs underneath the main quest like a buried river. He is investigating the Night of Black Knives. Specifically, he discovered a black knife print in the basement of Stormvale, and this print is a magical impression left by one of the blades used on that night. Rogier has been tracing the assassination back through the evidence available to him, and by the time you meet him properly at the round table hold, he is bedridden and dying. If you bring him the specific item he requests from Siofra River, he tells you that he touched Godwyn's corpse beneath Stormvale when he found the knife print, and that contact with the Prince of Death's death-tainted remains left a kind of corruption in his body that is slowly killing him. Godwyn died what the law calls a true death, a death of the soul rather than just the body, and his body now persists without a soul, a corrupted vegetable thing spreading death rot wherever it extends beneath the earth. Rogier touched that, and it is killing him. His questline ends with him gone from the hold entirely, leaving behind only a letter and his bell bearing. The letter, addressed to the player, asks them to remember him. It is one of the quietest, most underplayed emotional notes in the game, and it only lands with its full weight if you've done the work to understand what happened to him. Ensha's sudden attack. One of the more surprising moments in the Round Table hold for first-time players is the sudden and unexplained attack by Ensha of the royal remains, the silent armoured figure who stands near the hold's entrance without ever speaking. After a certain point in the game, specifically after you learn enough about the Halig Tree medallion from an NPC named Albus in the village of the Albinaurics, Ensha attacks you without warning or explanation. He is killed easily, and the game never explains why he did it. The explanation is buried in item descriptions. Ensha is, by the evidence of his armour set description, a spy for Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. Gideon is gathering information about all the demigod sites and the great runes, and Ensha was assigned to watch the Round Table hold and report on what the Tarnished gathered there were doing. When you obtained intelligence about the Halig Tree's location, Ensha moved to take it from you, presumably on Gideon's orders, or in anticipation of Gideon's wishes. The attack is a silent editorial on the nature of the Round Table hold itself, which the game gradually reveals is not the safe sanctuary it initially presents as. It is a place where Gideon is accumulating power and information, and where the community of Tarnished is, to some degree, being managed. Ensha's armour set, which you obtain from his drops, has descriptions that fill in more of this picture, if you read them carefully. Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing Gideon, presents himself as a veteran, wise Tarnished who has gathered comprehensive intelligence about the lands between and who serves as a resource and advisor for the player. He is generous with his lore knowledge, helpful with directions to great rune sites, and framed as an ally. The first signal that this framing is incomplete comes through Ensha. The second comes when you begin making meaningful progress toward the Elden Throne. At a certain point in the late game, Gideon becomes an enemy. He appears in the capital's approach and attacks you, delivering a speech in which he explains that he chose inaction over ascension because he believed no Tarnished was worthy of becoming Elden Lord, and that includes you. He tried to quietly prevent your progress, and now stands in your way directly. The speech and the fight that follows it is one of the game's sharpest character turns, precisely because it is not a villain reveal. Gideon was not secretly evil. He genuinely believed what he says. He gathered all that knowledge and concluded that the Elden Throne should remain empty rather than be occupied by someone inadequate. His all-knowing epithet is, by this reading, a kind of tragic irony. He knew everything except how to act on it. He amassed information and arrived at paralysis. The player, who knows far less and acts anyway, defeats him. The Round Table hold's location. The Round Table hold is presented as a sanctuary outside the lands between, accessible only through Melina's guidance, a place where Tarnished can gather without fear of the dangers of the open world. The Easter egg here is physical and architectural rather than narrative. If you look at the hold's exterior, visible from certain approaches in Lanedale, the royal capital, you will recognise it. The Round Table hold is located above Lanedale. It is not in some other dimension or on another plane. It is a specific building in the sky above the capital city, suspended there by some mechanism the game does not explain. Players who make it to the upper levels of Lanedale and look upward at the right angle will see the hold floating there. The implication of this is significant. The Round Table hold, presented as neutral ground, is actually inside the political space of the capital. It is not independent. Its positioning above the seat of Golden Order power is either a coincidence or an intentional architectural choice by whoever built it. And given that the two fingers make their home there, and the two fingers are servants of the greater will that established the Golden Order, the latter seems more plausible. The hold's apparent neutrality is compromised by its location, and that compromised neutrality reflects the broader theme of the Golden Order, shaping even the spaces meant to exist outside its control. Melina's closed eye. Melina, the maiden who accompanies the player and eventually offers her own life to light the Erd tree, has one eye that is always closed. She covers it with her hair, and it remains shut throughout almost all of her interactions with the player. If you pursue the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending, in which the player embraces the three fingers and becomes the vessel of the Flame of Frenzy, Melina appears one final time and opens that eye. The eye is on fire. The frenzied flame burns inside it. The implication, delivered with no dialogue and no explanation, is that Melina carries a fragment of the frenzied flame inside her, that her closed eye is the lid on something she has been containing. Her origin is not explained in the game. She has no maiden, no home, no context. She says she was born from the words of the Erd tree's burned remains in a future that has already happened, which suggests a kind of temporal paradox in her existence. Whether the burning eye connects to her origin, to the Erd tree's fire, or to something about the outer god of the frenzied flame, is not resolved. But the shot of her open eye, burning as she declares her intention to become your assassin if you take the frenzied flame path, is one of the most visually arresting moments in the game, and its impact depends entirely on whether the player noticed that the eye was always closed. Torrent's origin. Torrent, the spectral steed who is gifted to the player through Melina at the very beginning of the game, has no origin story. The game never explains where Torrent came from, how Melina came to have the spectral steed whistle, or what Torrent's nature actually is. What the game does provide is a set of subtle clues. Melina says that Torrent chose the player, not her, and that she is simply passing the whistle along. The phrasing suggests that Torrent has preferences, judgment, perhaps loyalty, in a way that a simple, magical horse would not. Certain item descriptions associated with spirit steed lore point toward the possibility that Torrent is connected to a previous tarnished who either died or departed, leaving the horse without a rider. The bond between Torrent and the player, mechanically expressed through the revival mechanic involving rower raisins, has a quality of genuine attachment written into its design. One persistent fan theory, supported by oblique textual evidence, is that Torrent was the horse of a previous person connected to Melina, someone whose story ended before the players began. Melina's careful, slightly mournful delivery when she gives the whistle is consistent with this reading. She is passing on something that belonged to someone else, and the weight of that passing is present in how she frames it, even if the person is never named. The ancient dragons and Farum Azula, crumbling Farum Azula, the floating ruin accessible in the late game, is one of the most visually distinctive areas in any From Software title. It exists by the game's law outside of time. Specifically, it was a city that existed before the current age, before the Erd Tree and the Golden Order, and it has been preserved in temporal stasis, floating in the storm at the edge of the world in a state that is neither ruin nor completion. The ancient dragons who inhabit it predate the Erd Tree, and their armor sets and item descriptions suggest they are not simply powerful creatures, but representatives of a previous cosmic order. Their lightning, which is ancient and distinct from the storm, is described as the true lightning, the kind that predates the manufactured divine power of the Golden Order. Farum Azula is specifically connected to Malekith, the Black Blade, who is Marika's shadow and counterpart, the keeper of destined death. Before Malekith absorbed the Rune of Death, The ancient dragons were among those who presided over death in the old world. The item description for the Lanciax's glaive incantation, obtained from the dragon Lanciax, describes her as having waited for a knight who never returned. A detail that gives her ancient predatory existence a quality of devotion and longing that makes her more than a monster. Farum Azula, as a whole, is a preserved version of the world that was, and the Easter egg is that its preservation is not accidental, but is maintained by something or someone who wants the old order remembered. Placida Sax and the missing god in Farum Azula in a bowl of clouds that you can only reach by lying down in a specific location and allowing the game to transport you is Elden Lord Placida Sax, a dragon with 2 heads and the remnants of 2 more that were apparently removed or destroyed. He is described as an Elden Lord from a previous age. Before Marika, before the Erd Tree, a lord who served a different god. That god abandoned him. The item description for his remembrance says that Placidusax continues to wait, in that bowl of cloud outside of time, for the god who left and never came back. He has been waiting across ages. The world changed around him. The Erd Tree rose, the Golden Order replaced whatever came before, and Placidusax remained, in stasis, faithful to a patron who is gone. The 2 destroyed heads suggest a catastrophic past event, perhaps the moment the god left, perhaps a battle fought in that god's name. What god abandoned him is not identified. The game presents this mystery without resolution, and the decision to leave it unresolved is itself a piece of lore communication, pointing toward the idea that the lands between has been through more cosmic upheavals than the current era's mythology acknowledges. Placida Sax is proof that the world had Elden Lords before Godfrey, had divine arrangements before Marika, had gods before the Greater Will established its current dominion. Malekith and the Rune of Death. Malekith, the Black Blade, is Marika's shadow, created or assigned to her in the same way that Bleed was created as Ranni's shadow. His role is the keeper of destined death, the fundamental force that allows the souls of the dead to truly leave the world rather than being recycled by the Erd Tree. The Easter egg in Malekith's lore is what happened to destined death and why. Ranni, on the night of Black Knives, stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith and used it to create the Black Knife weapons that were used to kill Godwyn and to separate her own soul from her body. After this theft, Marika ordered Malekith to seal the remaining Rune of Death within himself, to prevent any further theft or use of it. This is why, after the events of the Night of Black Knives, the dead no longer truly die in the lands between. When you die in Elden Ring and respawn, that is not just a game mechanic. It is a statement about the world's current condition. The dead accumulate at the Erd Tree because there is no longer a mechanism for them to truly depart. The Erd Tree grows fat on the souls of the undeparted dead. When you defeat Malekith and he explodes in a cloud of ash and dark energy at the top of Farum Azula, destined death is released back into the world. The sky over Leyndell changes. The Erd Tree begins to burn. The consequences of releasing destined death are the consequences of the endgame itself. Godwyn the Golden's death. Godwyn the Golden was the first demigod to die, and the manner of his death was unprecedented. The Black Knife assassins, armed with blades carrying a fragment of the Rune of Death, killed him on the night of Black Knives. But what the Rune of Death fragment did was kill his soul while leaving his body alive. This is the inverse of Ranni's death, where her body was killed while her soul survived. Godwyn's body persists without a soul, growing beneath the roots of the Erd Tree, spreading a corruption called Deathblight, manifesting as the strange, root-covered corpse growth you find in the deep-root depths. He is called the Prince of Death, not because he rules death, but because he embodies a form of it, a soulless biological persistence that is neither truly alive nor truly dead. Sorcerer Rogier's investigation was specifically about this, and the black knife print he found in Stormvale Castle connects back to it. The altar in Stormvale, where Rogier found the print, is believed to be the site where one of the assassination's planning stages took place. Godwyn's face, gentle and sleeping, appears in the deep-root depths moulded into the rock and roots, enormous and vacant. It is one of the most disturbing images in the game for people who understand what they're looking at, because that face is not at peace, it is simply empty. The Black Knife Assassins. The Black Knife Assassins are an all-female order of assassins who carried out the Night of Black Knives. Their armor set description says they moved through the night undetected because their armor and blades were imbued with the power of destined death, rendering them effectively imperceptible to the divine senses that might otherwise have detected the attack. The Easter egg here concerns their origin. They are Newmen, people of the same ancient lineage as Marika herself, who came from outside the lands between. The Newmen, described in various item descriptions as a people who came from a distant land, are consistently associated with Marika's bloodline and her inner circle. The Black Knife Assassins, having this heritage, ties them directly to Marika's sphere of influence and raises the obvious question of whether Marika orchestrated the Night of Black Knives herself. The evidence for this is spread across multiple item descriptions and NPC dialogues and points strongly in that direction. Marika appears to have wanted the Rune of Death released, or at least wanted the conditions created that would lead to the shattering. Whether she anticipated every consequence of what she set in motion is less clear. But the fact that the assassins who carried out the deed that fractured the divine order were of Marika's own people, armed with a fragment of power taken from her own shadow, is too precise to be coincidental. The Night of the Black Knives in full pulling all the threads together for the Night of Black Knives. Rani wanted to escape the control of the greater will, which had chosen her as a potential Empyrean, a vessel for an outer god. To escape this destiny, she needed to die, or at least to appear to die in a way that removed her from the divine succession. She arranged for the Black Knife Assassins to use a stolen fragment of the Rune of Death to kill both Godwyn and herself on the same night. Godwyn's death was a strategic choice. He was beloved, he was powerful, and his death would cause enormous disruption to the divine order, creating cover and chaos within which Rani's own death would be less scrutinized. Rani's death left her soul intact, but her body gone, allowing her to persist in a dull body outside the Erdtree's control. Godwyn's death, the inverse, left his body without a soul, creating the Prince of Death's ongoing corruption beneath the lands between. The theft of the Rune of Death fragment after this event prompted Marika to order Malekith to seal the remaining Rune of Death inside himself, which then prevented all true death from occurring. Marika's shattering of the Elden Ring came after this, triggered by Godwyn's death according to some readings, or triggered by her own disillusionment with the greater will according to others. The Night of Black Knives is the domino that knocked over every other domino in the game's backstory. Renala's amber egg, Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, was once a formidable scholar and leader of the Carian royal family, before her relationship with Radagon and his subsequent abandonment of her left her shattered. She is found in the Raya Lucaria Grand Library, having been locked in there by her own scholars who grew afraid of her grief-induced magical instability. She cradles an amber egg, which her item description identifies as the gift Radagon left her when he departed. The egg is the focal point of her obsession. She holds it and murmurs to it, and her tattered students circle her in the fight that ensues. The Easter egg is what the amber egg actually is. Item descriptions and the lore surrounding Renala's rebirths suggest that the egg contains something of Radagon's essence, and that Renala, who is capable of granting rebirth to those who bring her a rune of remembrance, uses the egg as the mechanism of that rebirth. She creates imperfect children, failures of her rebirth experiments, who wander the library, but the egg itself is undamaged, inert, carrying whatever promise Radagon made when he left it and never fulfilled. Renala is not a villain. She is a woman who was genuinely great, who loved someone who left her without looking back, who built an entire ongoing psychological architecture around the thing he left behind. The fight against her is, when understood this way, one of the most uncomfortable in the game. Radagon's love letters scattered throughout Raya Lucaria Academy and found in item descriptions are references to correspondence between Radagon and Renala during their courtship. The tone of these descriptions points toward a relationship that was, at its inception, genuinely passionate and mutual. Radagon came to Liurnia leading an army of the Golden Order against the Carians, and the war between their factions ended not in victory for either side, but in a treaty sealed by their marriage. What began as political arrangement apparently became personal devotion, at least for Renala. The cruelest dimension of the love letters? Easter egg is what it implies about Radagon's nature. Given that Radagon is Marika, given that Marika and Radagon are one being in two forms, the love Radagon expressed for Renala was either genuine and complicated by the cosmic impossibility of his existence, or it was always, at some level, a performance. The letters are described in item texts as intensely felt, not political. But the departure, the abandonment, the leaving of an egg as the only physical token of the relationship suggests that whatever love existed was ultimately superseded by whatever Marika's larger plan required. Renala's scholars describe the moment Radagon left as the moment their queen stopped being herself. They meant it as a description of grief. It is also, unintentionally, a description of the world they were about to enter. Fia, the deathbed companion. Fia presents herself in the Round Table Hold as a deathbed companion, a title that sounds ceremonial, and is ceremonial, but which has specific lore connotations the game unpacks over the course of her questline. Her role is to absorb the essence of heroes who have died, to hold their power within her body, and eventually to use that accumulated essence for a specific purpose. She hugs the player character and grants a small boost to various stats in exchange for a slight reduction to maximum HP. This transaction is framed warmly, and Fia is one of the game's more openly affectionate characters. The Easter egg is her full purpose, which only becomes clear when you follow her questline to the deep-root depths. There at the root-covered body of Godwyn, she completes her mission, which is to bear a child with Godwyn's corpse, using the accumulated heroic essence she has gathered, and through this birth to create a new rune of death that might restore true death to the lands between. Her goal is one of the game's available endings, the Age of the Duskborn, in which true death is returned to the world and the Erdtree cycle of soul accumulation is broken. Whether this is a good outcome or a terrible one is one of those questions the game presents with genuine ambiguity. Fia clearly believes she's doing something necessary and good. The world she wants to give back to is one where things can properly end, which is either a mercy or a horror, depending on how you look at it. Lich Dragon Fortisax is the ancient dragon who answered Godwyn's friendship. During an earlier age, Godwyn and Fortisax developed a bond of genuine kinship, a friendship between a mortal demigod and an ancient dragon that was rare and meaningful. When Godwyn suffered his soulless death, Fortisax descended into the deep-root depths and fought the encroaching death blight to protect Godwyn's body, remaining locked in that fight across ages. The item description for the Fortisax's lightning spear incantation describes this ongoing battle. Fortisax is not corrupted by his proximity to Godwyn's death-touched remains, or not entirely. He is infected enough that the fight against him involves death blight mechanics, but his motivation is not malice. He is still, by every reading of his lore, trying to protect his friend. The dream encounter framing of the Lich Dragon Fortisax fight, accessed through Fia's questline in a death sleep, is one of the game's more unusual structural choices. You are not fighting Fortisax in reality, but in a shared dream-death state. His gold and black colouring and the death-blight lightning he wields are a visual representation of his contaminated loyalty. He is a creature defined by a friendship that outlasted the life of the friend it was built for. The Deeproot Depths and Godwyn's Face. In the Deeproot Depths, the subterranean zone beneath the lands, between accessible through the sewer system under Leyndell, there is a section where the rock walls and root formations are shaped into enormous features that you eventually recognise as a face. This is Godwyn's face. His body has extended so far through the roots beneath the Erd Tree that the physical dimensions of his remains are now geological in scale. The face is calm, the eyes are closed. It looks like a sleeping figure rather than anything monstrous, and that quality makes it more unsettling than straightforward horror would. The Prince of Death's pustule and cyst items, found in the Deeproot Depths, describe the biological products of Godwyn's ongoing corruption in language that is clinical and sad. He is producing deathblight as a byproduct of existing without a soul in a body that will not stop growing. The two fingers in the Deeproot Depths area, specifically the dead two fingers you find there, adds another layer. Those fingers died at some point, perhaps killed by the proximity of deathblight, and their corpse is one of the few visuals of a two fingers in a state other than horizontal torpor. The combination of Godwyn's face, the dead two fingers, and Fia's ongoing plan to birth a new rune from his remains makes the Deeproot Depths one of the most narratively dense areas in the game. The Erd Tree and the Crucible. The Crucible, referenced in the Crucible Knight enemies and their associated incantations, is described as the primordial state of life in the lands between before the Erd Tree established its specific divine framework. Crucible incantations allow the caster to manifest aspects of this early life. Scales, horns, a tail of flame, or the wings of early beings. The Easter egg is what this implies about the Erd Tree's relationship to the world's life. The Crucible was not replaced by the Erd Tree in the sense of being improved upon. It was superseded, organised, brought under a specific theological framework that the Golden Order established and enforced. The Crucible Knights, ancient warriors who predate the current age, are described as the most puissant knights of the Erd Tree, meaning they serve the current order while carrying the physiological marks of the old one. Their existence bridges the two eras. The incantations themselves, obtainable in the game, are framed as drawing on an older, rawer power than the sorceries and incantations of the current divine framework. Using them is reaching backward to something more fundamental than the Erd Tree's managed divinity. The Crucible Aspects item description calls the Crucible the common ancestor of all life. The Golden Order built on top of it, but it was already there. The underground cities Nokron and Nokstella. Nokron, Eternal City, is the underground city that becomes accessible after Radahn's defeat allows the stars to move and a meteor to fall, opening the passage to it. Nokstella, accessible deeper in the underground through the Ainsel River, is its sister city. Both are ancient settlements whose inhabitants were followers of Rani's moon, or rather, whose history is intertwined with the Nox people who were cast underground as punishment for attempting to create a lord of their own outside the sanction of the Greater Will. The Easter egg is the stars. Both Nokron and Nokstella are decorated with images of stars. The ceilings of their chambers are covered in stellar imagery. The enemies carry star-related names and aesthetics, and the items found there are linked to the night sky and to Rani's lunar sorceries. The Nox were stargazers who worshipped a different cosmic power and were condemned for it. Their punishment was to be sunken beneath the earth, away from the sky they loved, forced to recreate it in architecture and decoration underground. The Fingerslayer blade, found in Notcron and essential for Ranni's questline, is described as an artifact that can harm the two fingers, which is precisely what Ranni needs for her plan. The Nox created it as an expression of their rejection of the Greater Will's authority, a weapon against the very system that condemned them. The Fingerslayer blade. The Fingerslayer blade is one of the most important items in Ranni's questline, and one of the most lore-dense single items in the game. Its description says it was crafted in Notcron and is capable of harming the two fingers, the physical representatives of the Greater Will's will in the mortal world. The fact that such a weapon exists, that the Nox created it, that it was preserved in Notcron over the ages, is evidence of the kind of undercurrent of resistance to the Greater Will that the game consistently surfaces. The two fingers are presented in the game's surface mythology as benevolent guides, and for the tarnished operating in good faith, that is what they appear to be. But the existence of a weapon specifically designed to harm them, created by people who were punished for their cosmic independence, suggests a history of conflict between the Greater Will's order and those who chose to reject it. Ranni uses the blade as part of her plan to sever her connection to the Greater Will and pursue the Age of Stars. When you deliver it to her, she barely reacts, because she has been planning this for what seems like ages. The item is the missing piece of a puzzle she assembled long before you arrived. Ranni's full plan. Pulling all of Ranni's threads together creates one of the most ambitious character arc structures in any video game. Ranni, on the Night of Black Knives, engineered the death of her own flesh to escape the Greater Will's control. She spent subsequent ages inhabiting a doll, gathering allies, positioning the pieces of her plan. She arranged for you, the Tarnished, to help Blood track down Radan so that his death would release the stars and open Notcron. She needed the Fingerslayer blade from Notcron. She needed to use that blade as part of the process of fully severing her connection to the Greater Will's intermediaries. She then sent you into a miniature version of herself to retrieve the Dark Moon Ring from a chest that contained her essence, in a literal sense. The Age of Stars ending, in which Ranni becomes a god outside the Greater Will's control and leads the Tarnished as her consort into an age without divine supervision, is the culmination of a plan that began before the game started and involved players, NPCs, celestial mechanics, ancient weapons, and an entirely separate cosmological framework built around the moon rather than the Erd Tree. Every piece fits. Every character in her orbit was a component. The fact that this entire architecture is assembled from item descriptions, NPC dialogue, and environmental details across multiple game areas without ever being explicitly narrated is the most impressive Easter egg in Elden Ring at the structural level. The Sealed Tunnel and the Crucible's Echo. The Sealed Tunnel in Altus Plateau contains Crucible Knight enemies and leads to their Omen killing grounds, the area where the Dung Eater's boss fight takes place. The connection between Crucible Knights and Omens in the same space is not coincidental. Both represent aspects of life that precede or escape the Golden Order's framework. The Crucible Knights embody the pre-Erd Tree state of life. The Omens, humans born with beast horns, tails, and other features normally belonging to creatures, are described as manifesting the Crucible's ancient traits, expressing biological features that the Golden Order has classified as cursed deformities. The Golden Order's framework holds that the Erd Tree defines the proper shape of life, and anything that expresses the older Crucible characteristics is by definition an aberration. Morgott and Mog, being born as omens despite being the children of Marika and Godfrey, the most divinely central figures in the world, is itself a kind of cosmic irony that the Sealed Tunnel's design seems to comment on. The proximity of Crucible Knights and Omen-related content in the same space feels like an editorial choice about the relationship between the old life force and the people the Golden Order has condemned for expressing it. The Dung Eater and the seedbed curse. The Dung Eater is one of the game's most deliberately repellent characters, presented as a creature of pure malice, who disfigures corpses in a process he calls the seedbed curse, which spreads a defilement that causes those affected to be reborn as omens, condemned and cursed in perpetuity. His quest line involves acquiring his seedbed curse items from locations across the lands between, and giving them to him allows him to provide a mending rune of the fell curse, which enables the Age of Despair ending. The Easter egg in his lore is the complexity beneath the surface repulsion. The Dung Eater's stated goal is to curse every living being so that all will be born omens. This is presented as villainy, and the game does nothing to soften that presentation. But the implication of universal omen birth is the universal elimination of the distinction between blessed and cursed life. If everyone is an omen, the category loses its power. The Golden Order's framework of pure and impure life collapses if the impure trait is universal. Whether the Dung Eater has arrived at this conclusion through something resembling philosophical reasoning or through sheer destructive instinct is genuinely unclear, and the game's refusal to clarify it is what makes him unsettling beyond simple cruelty. The Frenzied Flame and its true nature. The Frenzied Flame is introduced in the game primarily as a corrupting force, something to be avoided, something that brands those who touch it and drives them toward the destruction of all. The three fingers, physical counterpart to the two fingers, exist beneath Leyndell in a sealed chamber that the game makes deliberately difficult to access, reinforcing the idea that whatever is down there is not meant for ordinary engagement. The Easter egg is what the Frenzied Flame actually represents beyond the surface narrative of madness and destruction. Item descriptions for Frenzied Flame incantations describe it as the flame that predates the Erd Tree, that burned before order was imposed on the world, that in its dissolution there is no distinction between lives, no hierarchy, no blessed and cursed. It is equalizing in the most absolute sense. Hieta, the NPC who follows a path toward the three fingers through her questline, describes her experience of the flame in terms of liberation from sight, from individual perception, from the isolation of being one particular person looking at the world from one particular position. The Frenzied Flame ending is presented as the worst ending in the game by the game's own framing. But the incantation descriptions complicate that framing by presenting its underlying logic as something more than madness. The outer god of frenzy is real. It wants the dissolution of all things. Whether that is evil or simply an unacceptable truth is something Elden Ring leaves fractionally open. Hieta's questline. Hieta is a blind woman who first appears near the lake-facing cliff site of Grace in Liurnia, asking for a shabriri grape. A grape that item descriptions reveal is actually a human eyeball. She eats them. She asks for more throughout her questline, as she appears in different locations, apparently guided towards something. The full arc of her questline ends beneath Leyndell, where she touches the three fingers and is branded, embracing the Frenzied Flame. The Easter egg in her questline is in the framing of her blindness. Hieta cannot see, and she is seeking the light of the Frenzied Flame, the one light she believes exists truly. The shabriri grapes she consumes, the eyeballs of those driven mad by the flame, are each a step toward her destination. When she arrives at the three fingers, she becomes a finger maiden for the Frenzied Flame, fulfilling a role that has a direct counterpart in the system of the two fingers and their finger maidens. The contrast is complete. The Golden Order has its intermediaries and their servants, and so does the Frenzied Flame. The symmetry is not accidental. The game is showing you that the Frenzied Flame is not simply chaos opposed to order, but an organized cosmic force with its own structure, its own theology, its own faithful. Hieta is its saint, the shabriri possession of Ura Hunter. Yura is introduced as a tarnish dedicated to hunting bloody fingers, the invaders who serve Mohg's blood cult. He appears in multiple locations, assists the player in a bloody finger invasion, and has a questline involving a woman named Eleonora. At a certain point in the game, after Yura's death, you encounter a figure wearing his body who speaks with a different voice and different mannerisms. This is Shabriri, a demon associated with the frenzied flame, who has possessed Yura's corpse and taken it over. Shabriri then encourages the player to seek the three fingers and embrace the flame of frenzy, and is willing to fight the player if confronted. The Easter egg is the specific framing of this possession. Shabriri is mentioned by name in the item description of Shabriri grapes, which are described as the eyes of Shabriri, the demon who bears the world's misery. The lore implication is that Shabriri is a being associated with the transmission of the frenzied flame to mortals, perhaps a corrupted figure from a previous age, perhaps a different kind of entity altogether. His possession of Yura's body is not framed as surprising in the game's universe, suggesting that this kind of spiritual occupation is a known phenomenon in the lands between, an uncomfortable thing that the game slips past you without pausing to explain. Volcano Manor's true purpose. Volcano Manor presents itself as a guild of assassins sending out Tarnished to kill other Tarnished who are pursuing the Elden Throne. The invitations from Lady Tanith frame this as a kind of service to those who have rejected the path guided by grace, a community of refusal. The Easter egg is what the manor actually is. Rykard, the demigod whose domain it represents, is a sorcerer who made a pact with the god-devouring serpent, a creature connected to an outer god associated with blasphemy and consumption. The serrated bodies on pikes throughout the manor, the snake imagery on the architecture, and the item descriptions of the assassin armor sets all point toward Volcano Manor as a place of religious devotion to Rykard's god-eating philosophy. Rykard was consumed by the serpent as part of the pact, merging with it, becoming the god-devouring serpent himself. His stated goal in his boss fight dialogue is to devour the gods, to consume the divine order that he views as oppressive and illegitimate. The assassins Tanith sends out are not simply killers for hire. They are the instruments of Rykard's war against the Golden Order, and the Tarnished they kill are those pursuing the Elden Throne, which would restore the old order. Tanith herself, who eats Rykard's remains after you defeat him, is the most extreme expression of this devotion, consuming her lord's body as an act of communion with the god-eating theology she has dedicated herself to. Tanith eating Rykard. After you defeat Rykard and complete the Volcano Manor questline, to its conclusion, you can return to the boss room and find Tanith there, kneeling beside Rykard's remains, eating them. She is joined by the Crucible Knight who served as her protector. If you attack Tanith here, the Knight defends her. Tanith will not stop eating. She ignores you unless you attack. The item description of the Taker's cameo talisman, associated with Tanith, describes her as one who takes life to serve her lord. The act of eating his remains is framed by its context as neither grieving nor deranged, but as an act of service, a continuation of the theology she has embodied. She is consuming him so that he persists in some form, or so that she might carry him with her, or as a final literal expression of the god-eating principle he championed. The game provides no dialogue for this scene. Tanith just keeps eating. The choice to make this a discoverable post-quest scene, rather than a cutscene or a mandatory encounter, is significant. You have to go back. You have to look. The people who never return to the boss room after the fight never see this, and their understanding of Tanith is permanently incomplete. The village of the Albinaurics. The village of the Albinaurics in southwestern Liurnia is built on a cliffside and is notably depressing in its environmental design. The Albinaurics who populate it are artificial people, created through a combination of sorcery and biology by the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Pale humanoid beings with frog-like legs and large gentle faces. They were created as servants, essentially, and the village is where they were permitted to settle independently. The Easter egg in the village's lore is Albus, an elderly Albinauric who has disguised himself as a pot in the centre of the village. When you roll into this pot, he reveals himself and gives you the left half of the Haligtree secret medallion before dying. He was hiding from the people who want the medallion who are hunting the Albinaurics, partly because their second generation, created by a different method, are immune to some of the Divine Order's controls, and the first generation, like Albus, have knowledge of Miquella's Haligtree. The detail of disguising himself as a pot, the most mundane hiding place imaginable in a Souls game filled with chest traps and invisible walls, is either a dark joke or a desperate measure. Given that he dies immediately after giving you the medallion, the answer is probably both. The village itself was recently attacked, and the bodies and the general devastation are the context in which you find this old man curled up inside a cooking pot, hoping the soldiers don't find him. Latenna and the Albinauric village Latenna. The Albinauric is a spirit ash summon obtained in the lakeside crystal cave after a boss fight, and she is one of the more involved character summons in the game. Upon receiving her ashes, she speaks to the player, explaining that she is looking for the other half of the Haligtree medallion, and she asks you to take her to the place where that half is held. Her wolf Lobo was killed in the attack on the village of the Albinaurics. She can no longer walk. The quest of escorting her spirit ashes to the location of the medallion half, carried in the pocket of a slumbering wolf shack inhabitant named Albus's descendant, is one of the game's quieter side quests. The Easter egg is in the resolution. When you bring Latenna to the right location, she is finally able to fulfill her purpose, which was to make the journey her wolf could no longer help her make. Her dialogue at the end of this quest is understated. She thanks you, and then she is still. The Albinaurics created for a specific divine purpose, unable to die naturally because of their artificial nature, holding a piece of sacred geography that the most powerful beings in the world would kill for, are presented with an unusual amount of dignity for a secondary quest chain in an action RPG. The Omen Curse and its origins. The Omen Curse is described in multiple item texts as an affliction visited upon certain humans, causing them to manifest beast characteristics, horns, claws, or other animal features that the Golden Order classifies as impure. Babies born as omens are typically killed or cast into the sewers beneath Leyndell, where the game's subterranean shunning ground section is located. The Easter egg is the connection between the Omen Curse and the Crucible. Crucible incantations, the spells that draw on the primordial life force predating the Erd Tree, allow the caster to manifest exactly the characteristics that define omen births. Horns, tails, claws, scales. The Crucible is the deep biological background of all life in the lands between. Omens are not aberrations. They are throwbacks to the original template of life, expressing traits that existed before the Erd Tree decided what life should look like. The Golden Order's condemnation of omens is, by this reading, the current divine framework's rejection of its own biological substrate. Morgott and Moog, the omen children of Marika, the literal divine mother of the current order, are the most pointed expression of this contradiction. The source of the order's theological purity cursed its own children for manifesting the life traits that preceded that purity. The Omen Curse is a feature, architecturally speaking. The Golden Order turned it into a sin. Morgott's full tragedy, Morgott, the Omen King, who you fought earlier in the game as Margit the Fell Omen in disguise before confronting him properly in Leyndell, has a life history that is one of the most concentrated expressions of the game's central theme of cursed devotion. He was born Omen, condemned at birth, cast into the sewers beneath the city his parents built. He emerged from those sewers anyway. He devoted himself to the protection of the Erdtree and the Golden Order, the system that branded him a monster, the religion that would have preferred he was never born. He fought returning demigods to keep them away from the Elden Ring. He sent warning messages. He disguised himself as the Fell Omen and travelled to Stormhill to delay powerful Tarnished. The Morgoth's Great Rune, obtained from his defeat, has a description that speaks to his unique claim on grace, a claim the game suggests is either genuine or deeply ironic, depending on how you read the Greater Will's intentions. When you defeat him, he falls and calls out to Marika with his last words, lamenting that he has failed to protect what she left behind. He is speaking to a god who may have orchestrated the entire situation he spent his life fighting. The cruelty of his story is that his love for the Golden Order was never going to be reciprocated, because the Golden Order doesn't love back, it only classifies. The Subterranean Shunning Grounds. The Subterranean Shunning Grounds are the extensive sewer and dungeon network beneath Lanedale. They are, narratively, the place where the Golden Order disposed of its most inconvenient failures. Omens were sent here. Criminals and outcasts lived here. The Fell Omen rune is found deep in this network. At the bottom of the Shunning Grounds, accessed by jumping down a series of collapsing wooden platforms above a seemingly endless pit, is the sealed entrance to the Three Fingers. The Easter egg is structural. The Golden Order built its holy city above the literal prison of the things it refused to acknowledge. The magnificence of Lanedale, the golden towers, and the enormous Erdtree sits on top of a network of sewers and dungeons housing the people and forces the Order classified as unclean. The Three Fingers, the physical representatives of the cosmic force the Order is most opposed to, are locked beneath the city in a chamber that the Order sealed specifically to prevent access. The geography of Elden Ring's capital is a vertical metaphor: glory above, suppressed truth below, and the path to the most transgressive discovery in the game is straight down from the centre of divine civilization. The Erdtree roots in Nokron Deep, in Nokron, Eternal City, accessible after the meteor opens the passage, players who explore thoroughly will find enormous golden roots extending through the underground. These are the roots of the Erdtree, reaching down from the surface into the deep underground, and their presence in Nokron is significant because Nokron is specifically a city that was condemned and sunken for rejecting the Greater Will's order. The roots of the very order the Nox rejected have grown into their underground city over the ages. Whether this is the Erdtree's roots simply growing where growth takes them, or whether there is intent behind the penetration of the condemned city's space by the condemning power's physical form, is unanswered. What is clear is that there is no escape from the Erdtree's influence, not underground and not in the hidden corners of the world. The lands between is rooted in the Erdtree's network in a physical sense, not just a theological one. Every site of grace is effectively a smaller Erdtree root, a conduit of the same golden power that flows through the full tree. The world the player moves through is the interior of the Erdtree's domain in the most literal sense, and the underground cities show that even historical rejection of that domain did not create true independence from it. The ancestor spirit and the underground fauna, the boss encounters with the ancestor spirit in Siofra River and Nokron, are optional fights against enormous deer-like entities made of bone and flame, ancient beings who predate the current cosmological era. Their item descriptions describe them as the spirit animal of the Numen or of the ancestral peoples who lived underground, worshipped by those who could not reach the Erdtree's grace. The Easter egg is that the underground has its own spiritual ecology, its own sources of guidance and power that are not connected to the Erdtree. The ghost fires in Siofra River, which players can light to unlock the ancestor spirit fight, are clearly a parallel to the golden grace of the Erdtree, another system of spiritual illumination serving a different community. The ancestral spirits are not evil. They are the gods of a people the Erdtree's world didn't have room for. The Newman people, forced underground, built a civilization that had its own sacred animals, its own ceremony, its own understanding of the cosmos. The game presents this parallel cosmology without commentary, simply placing it there for players to find and interpret. The underground is not simply the lands between's basement, it is an older world preserved beneath the new one. Siofra River and the Stars. Siofra River, the first major underground area, contains a sky full of stars visible from inside a subterranean river canyon. This should be impossible. You are underground. The ceiling should be rock. Instead, it is open to a vast star-filled sky that is specifically distinct from the overworld sky. The mystery of this sky is raised by the merchant Gowry in his earlier dialogue, and by an NPC named Preceptor Miriam, who appears in the Academy of Raya Lucaria, and whose later appearance in Nocron makes her relevant to the Underground's lore. The explanation, buried in item descriptions and environmental cues, is that the stars visible in Siofra and Noxtella are not the same stars as the surface sky. They may be the original stars, the ones Radahn was holding in place, visible from below in a way that the modified surface sky doesn't reflect, or they may be the stars of the old cosmology, preserved in the underground's atmosphere by the same mechanism that preserved the underground cities themselves. Either way, the sky underground is older than the sky above, and the people who lived below it were in some sense closer to the original state of the world's heavens than the people living under the Erdtree's canopy. Dragon Communion and its theology, the Cathedral of Dragon Communion on the Ailing Village coast, and the Worm's Altar in the Deeproot depths are locations where players can exchange dragon hearts for incantations based on specific dragons. The ritual of Dragon Communion, eating a dragon's heart to gain its power, is framed as a religious practice in the world of Elden Ring, and the Dragon Lord Placidusax, the ancient dragon who preceded the Erdtree, is connected to this tradition. The Easter egg is in the Church of Dragon Communion in Caelid, an older site than the coastal cathedral, which is crumbling and covered in scarlet rot and clearly damaged by Radahn's conflict and Caelid's general devastation. That church was active once. The ritual of eating dragon hearts to commune with the dragon's power is described as a practice that predates the current era's divine framework, a form of power acquisition that the Golden Order tolerates at the margins but doesn't formally endorse. The Dragonlord Communion equipment set describes its wearer as a true communion practitioner, someone who has internalized the theology rather than simply using the power. The Dragon Heart exchange mechanic is one of the more aesthetically distinctive systems in the game, and it connects to the broader theme of multiple competing spiritual frameworks coexisting or failing to coexist in the same world. Graol the Elder Dragon. In Caelid, near the Dragon's Barrow area, there is an enormous dragon lying on the ground called Graol, who does not fight back when attacked. She simply lies there, being guarded by 5 smaller dragons who will attack if you strike her. Her health bar is massive, and she drops a large quantity of souls and a dragon heart for each segment of her health depleted. She cannot be hurt to death quickly with direct strikes because of her HP, but she can be killed over time with bleed and other damage over time methods. The Easter egg in Graol's lore is her item description, which describes her as the Elder Dragon who commands all other dragons in the lands between. The 5 dragons guarding her are her children. They die if she dies. The visual and lore presentation of an ancient dragon mother, too large and old to move, surrounded by children who will fight and die to protect her, who cannot or will not defend herself against the player, is one of those environmental narrative choices that rewards engagement without requiring it. Nothing forces you to fight Graol. She is not a boss in the conventional sense. She is simply there, a relic of the Dragon Age that predates human civilization, too old to run and too significant to be ignored, by those who read what she represents. The Dragonkin Soldier. The Dragonkin soldiers, found in Siofra River and in a lake under Liurnia, are dragon-like humanoid creatures who do not communicate in any way recognizable as language. They are enormous bipedal, carrying enormous weapons made of what appears to be ancient lightning and stone technology. The item descriptions for their drops describe them as dragon soldiers from the age of the ancient dragons, specifically created to serve the eternal cities of the Nox. The Easter egg is the connection this creates between the Nox people's underground civilization and the ancient dragons. The Nox did not simply worship ancestral spirits. They also had access to Dragonkin soldiers as a military resource, suggesting a relationship of mutual service or alliance between the underground cities and the dragon civilization that preceded the Erdtree. The Dragonkin in Siofra River are still guarding the city they were assigned to, faithful to a civilization that was destroyed or dispersed ages ago, operating on whatever instinct or enchantment drives their continued function. They are not alive in the way the player character is alive, but they are doing their job. This kind of residual function from a previous era, loyalties and duties persisting beyond the collapse of the institutions that created them, is a recurring motif in Elden Ring's world design. The Alabaster Lords and gravity magic. The Alabaster Lords are enemies found in specific locations in Liurnia and in Mogwin Palace, stone-skinned humanoid beings who wield gravity magic of a distinctive purple-black type. They are the beings from whom Radon studied gravity sorcery. The item descriptions of gravity-related sorceries reference the Alabaster Lords as the original practitioners of the art, beings who predated the current scholarly traditions of the Academy, and who treated gravity manipulation as something closer to an innate power than a learned skill. The Easter egg is the chain of transmission. The Alabaster Lords had gravity magic as part of their essential nature. Radon studied them and learned it, and then used it to hold the stars in place for Ranni's benefit. An ancient lineage of beings defined by their relationship to gravity passed their knowledge to a demigod who used it not for warfare first, but to remain close to a horse. The aesthetic of the Alabaster Lords, white stone bodies with glowing purple energy patterns, connects visually to the gravity sorceries they developed, and the sorceries carry item descriptions that acknowledge this lineage explicitly. Radon studied gravity magic to carry Leonard. We have touched on this, but the specific detail deserves its own section, because it is one of the purest Easter eggs in the game, meaning it requires specific knowledge to appreciate and rewards that knowledge with something that genuinely recontextualizes a major character. The item descriptions for Radon's armor set explicitly state that he devoted himself to the study of gravity magic so that he could reduce his own weight and allow his horse to bear him. His horse, Leonard, is named. The horse is small by the standards of a rider of Radon's size. Radon is enormous. He is one of the largest demigods, a military commander of legendary capability, a figure who held celestial mechanics in place by will alone. And the reason he learned the specific magical discipline that defines his entire character and his role in the game's lore is that he loved his horse and didn't want to hurt him. There is something genuinely moving about this once you know it. Radon the Star Scourge, the terrifying commander, whose festival of death draws the greatest warriors in the land for the honor of killing him, learned gravity magic for Leonard. That detail exists in an item description. The game never makes you read it, it just puts it there. The Radon Festival. The Radon Festival is one of the game's stranger structural moments. An NPC named Castellan Jeren organises a festival around the opportunity to kill Radon, who has been driven mad by scarlet rot and is described as suffering. The festival is framed as a mercy killing, dressed up as an honour. Great warriors and tarnished are invited to come and fight him, and the frame of the festival allows his death to have the dignity of a battle rather than an execution. The Easter egg is the real motivation behind making it a festival. If Radahn dies in a formal battle, with witnesses, with ceremony, it serves Rani's purpose. She needs him dead to release the stars. She needs the stars released to open Notechron. She needs Notechron open to retrieve the Fingerslayer blade. The festival is the socially acceptable wrapper around what is, functionally, an assassination arranged by Rani, and facilitated by the player's desire for the challenge or the quest completion. Blade's presence at the festival, given that Blood is Rani's shadow, is essentially confirmation of this reading. He is there because Rani needs eyes on the outcome. The festival's emotional resonance, the warriors who came from across the world to honour a great general by being worthy opponents, is real. The geopolitical purpose behind the timing is equally real, and the game never explicitly reconciles these two dimensions of the same event. Commander Nile and his sons. Commander Nile is the boss of Castle Sol in the mountaintops of the Giants and fights alongside two spectral knight companions. The fight is notoriously difficult, partly because of these companions and partly because of Nile's own moveset. The Easter egg is in his lore. Nile served under Marika as a commander of the Haligtree's forces, and the two spectral knights who fight alongside him are described in item texts as the shades of his sons who died in battle. He carries them into every engagement, fighting with the ghosts of his children. His armour description speaks to a man defined by service and loss, whose sons followed him into war and did not come home. The visual choice to have him summon their spirits as combat companions is the game's way of showing you his grief and his pride simultaneously. The grief of a father who lost his children to the same cause he gave his life to, and the pride that brings them back to fight beside him, even in death. He is also guarding a piece of the Haligtree secret medallion. The connection between his loss, his continued service, and the Haligtree, which is Miquella's secret refuge and one of the game's most hidden areas, ties his personal tragedy to the larger political geography of the game. The Haligtree and its failure. The Haligtree is Miquella's attempt to create an alternative to the Erd tree. He cultivated it from a golden sapling, using his Empyrean powers and his unalloyed gold sorcery with the intention of creating a new divine tree, free from the greater will's influence. A place where the cursed and the outcast, the omens and the unaffiliated could find grace outside the Golden Order's framework. The Easter egg is what happened to it. The Haligtree is dying. When you reach Miquella's Haligtree in the game, it is withered, decaying, rotting. The leaves are pale and falling. The creatures that inhabit it, the Cleanrot Knights, and the servants who dedicated themselves to Miquella's project, are fighting a losing battle against the tree's collapse. The reason the Haligtree failed is Miquella's absence. He was abducted by Moog before the tree matured. Without Miquella's continuing divine energy to sustain it, the tree he planted with genuine love and complex theological ambition is just slowly dying. The whole final area of the Haligtree, culminating in Malenia's encounter, is saturated with this quality of something beautiful that did not survive its creator's disappearance. The Cleanrot Knights who are there are not guarding a living project. They are guarding a memorial. Malenia and the Scarlet Rot Malenia, Blade of Miquella, is described in item texts and boss introduction as never having lost in battle. She is the game's legendary undefeated warrior, and the context of her reputation is her battle against Radahn and Caelid, which ended in a draw when she released her Scarlet Rot Bloom, destroying both armies, devastating Caelid, and leaving both herself and Radahn in degraded states. Her item descriptions describe her scarlet rot as an affliction she was born with, a symptom of having been born as an Empyrean, a vessel for an outer god. The outer god associated with scarlet rot, never directly named, is the one that wants to use Malenia as its host, and the rot that corrupts her body is the outer god's influence, pressing against whatever is suppressing it. The unalloyed gold needle that Miquella created for her was the tool she used to hold the rot in check. When she lost the needle in battle, the rot progressed. The Easter egg is the scale of Malenia's personal tragedy. She is perhaps the greatest warrior alive. She has scarlet rot that she suppresses through an object she lost. Her twin brother was abducted. The tree he built for her is dying, and she has retreated to its rotting branches to bloom, because blooming is all that is left. The fight against Malenia is not against a villain. It is against someone whose entire life has been the progressive removal of the thing that made it bearable. Malenia's bloom. The second phase of the Malenia fight begins with her blooming, releasing a massive scarlet rot flower that she emerges from transformed. Her wings are now manifestations of rot, and her overall aesthetic shifts from controlled warrior to something more like an outer god's instrument coming into its full expression. The item description of Scarlet Aeonia, the ash of war that replicates this ability, describes it as a bloom of rot that the goddess of rot releases when she transcends her mortality. The phrase goddess of rot is significant. Malenia does not want to be the goddess of rot. The outer god of scarlet rot wants her to be. The bloom is not her choice. It is what happens when the suppression fails, when Miquella's needle is gone, and the outer god's influence wins the internal war that Malenia has been fighting her entire life. The second phase of the fight is you fighting the outer god of scarlet rot, wearing Malenia as its avatar. She is still in there, which is why she is still a person in that phase, rather than a mindless creature. But the balance has shifted catastrophically against her. Defeating her in that state is one possible reading of Mercy. It is also just the hardest boss fight in the game by most measures. Miquella's age. One of the details about Miquella that the game provides quietly is that despite being an Empyrean of considerable power, he stopped aging at some point and has remained physically a child indefinitely. His item descriptions describe him as eternally young, unable to grow past a certain point, with his body remaining that of a child, even as his mind and power developed. He applied considerable research to this problem, studying unalloyed gold, creating the Halig tree, attempting to find a cure for his own arrested development in the same way he sought a cure for Malenia's rot. His cocoon at Mogwyn Palace, the one from which he apparently voluntarily departed, is the cocoon of a child's body. Mog kidnapped what appears to be a sleeping young boy. The horror of this is compounded by Mog's stated intention to make Miquella a god so that Mog could become his lord, creating a divine dynasty of blood. The relationship Mog envisioned is described in his boss introduction as being rooted in Miquella's divinity and Mog's devotion, but it is fundamentally the captivity of someone who could not consent and whose body could not age into the capacity to do so. Miquella's apparent escape from the cocoon, abandoning his body to pursue his plan through some other means, is one of the more haunting, unresolved threads in the game. Millicent's final moment. In Millicent's questline, the final choice presented to the player is whether to assist Millicent in fighting off her sisters, or to summon the sisters to kill Millicent and take her prosthetic arm. The choice for and against Millicent has different item rewards and different lore implications. If you help Millicent, she defeats her sisters, and then shortly after is found sitting against a tree, dying. The Scarlet Rot has progressed too far. She thanks the player, talks about what it felt like to live and fight as herself, rather than as a component of Malenia's spread, and then she is gone. The item she leaves behind, the unalloyed gold needle transformed into something new by her final moments, is the item that feeds directly into the Miquella's needle that can undo the frenzied flame branding. The Easter egg is that Millicent's death is both the saddest conclusion of a character arc in the game and the functional requirement for the item needed to pursue the Age of Stars ending without being locked into the frenzied flame ending. Her death produces something beautiful. The needle that contained her particular resistance to the rot becomes the mechanism of cosmic unalloying, the removal of an outer god's brand from a tarnished. She achieves in death what she spent her life trying to do, which is exist as something more than a vessel for a god's influence. The Black Knife. Catacombs and their secret. The Black Knife catacombs in Liurnia, near the area where Ensha waits at the Round Table Hold, contain standard undead enemies and a boss called the Cemetery Shade. But the catacombs also contain a specific set of environmental details that connect to the Black Knife assassins. The enemies in this catacomb include what appear to be assassin-type warriors, and the catacombs are adjacent to the ruined labyrinth where the Black Knife assassin enemy type can be found. The item descriptions of the Black Knife assassin armor set describe the armor as absorbing light and sound in a way that made its wearers nearly undetectable. The boss arena for the Cemetery Shade has a particular arrangement that suggests it was once a meeting place or sanctuary for the knives. The full connection between these catacombs and the Night of Black Knives is one of those threads that requires cross-referencing item descriptions from multiple locations to fully assemble. But the catacombs name, the enemy types within them, and the proximity to other Night of Black Knives related content in Liurnia are consistent with the reading that this area was significant in the planning or aftermath of that event. The Death Bird and Deathrite Bird. At night in the lands between, Deathbirds and Deathrite birds appear in specific locations, enormous black-feathered creatures that carry a flame associated with death magic. They only appear after dark, and several of them guard specific sites of grace, or items that are otherwise inaccessible. The Easter egg in their lore is their connection to the Gloam-eyed Queen. Item descriptions for the Deathrite bird incantations describe these beings as the servants of the Gloam-eyed Queen, a figure who wielded destined death before Malekith defeated her on Marika's orders and sealed the Rune of Death away. The Gloam-eyed Queen is mentioned in multiple item descriptions, but never appears as a character in the game. She was powerful enough that her defeat by Malekith required his full capability. Her servants, the Deathbirds, persist into the current era, still roaming at night, still carrying her ghost flame, still acting as her emissaries in a world that has largely forgotten she existed. The ghost flame incantations, connected to this death magic tradition, describe a fire that kills the soul rather than the body, which is consistent with the destined death power that the Gloam-eyed Queen presided over before it was taken from her. She is one of several major pre-Erdtree figures whose influence persists in the present game world through servants, artifacts, or inherited practices. Ghost Flame Dragon and the Old Death Magic. There are specific dragon enemies in Elden Ring that breathe not fire, but ghost flame. The death-associated purple-blue fire connected to the Deathbirds and the Old Death Magic tradition. The Ghost Flame Dragon enemies are visually distinct from other dragons, their scales grey and their fire the colour of absence. Their item drops and the incantations derived from them connect to the same tradition as the Deathbirds. The Easter egg is temporal. These dragons are old. They predate the Erdtree era. They carry fire associated with the old death magic, the pre-Malekith, pre-sealing version of destined death. They are alive in the present game world, which means the old traditions of death magic did not entirely disappear when Malekith sealed the rune. They persisted in these creatures. The Ghost Flame Dragon in particular, found in several locations across the game, is essentially a living relic of a death theology that the current Divine Order suppressed but could not entirely eliminate. The game's treatment of these dragons, as optional bosses rather than mandatory encounters, means most players kill them for items without fully processing what they represent. They are the living archive of an older way of dying. Tibia Mariner. The Tibia Mariners are spectral enemies found in coastal and riverside locations across the lands between, playing bone instruments while piloting boats, accompanied by skeletal soldiers. They are optional bosses who summon waves of undead when engaged. Their item drop, the Death Root, connects them to the bestial sanctum and the character D, who gives a quest associated with hunting those who have consumed Death Root. The Easter egg in their lore is the instrument. The tibia mariner plays a tibia bone, a human shin bone, as an instrument, and the music it plays calls undead to its side. The practice of playing bone instruments to summon the dead is described in the tibia mariner's item description as a funeral rite from an older era, a ceremony connected to guiding the dead properly. The tibia mariner is a corrupted version of a death guide, something that was meant to help the dead move on, but has instead become something that keeps them animated and in service. They are another instance of an older spiritual tradition persisting in a degraded form into the current era. The boat they pilot, combined with the fairy imagery of guiding the dead, connects to mythology surrounding death guides in multiple real-world traditions, which is itself an Easter egg pointing toward the design team's inspirations. D, Hunter of the Dead D, is one of the more straightforwardly presented characters in the game, a hunter of those who consume Deathroot and are thereby corrupted by the death energy associated with Godwyn's ongoing rot. He gives the player a bell bearing to trade with the bestial sanctum's inhabitant in exchange for information about Deathroot locations. His questline eventually involves his death and the involvement of his twin brother. The Easter egg in D's lore is the twin. D has a sibling who is his identical mirror image, found locked in Fia's room after Fia completes her mission in the Deeproot depths. Fia killed D with his own blade during the questline. His twin takes that blade, and if you speak to him, he departs to avenge his brother. If you follow through and reach the conclusion of Fia's questline before the twin arrives, his confrontation with Fia ends in her death, after she has already completed her purpose. D's twin, who is never given a name distinct from D's, is another of the game's quiet tragedy characters, defined entirely by arriving at the end of a story he was not present for, and losing the ability to meaningfully change its outcome. He gets his revenge. It just doesn't change anything. The Two Fingers' death in the Deeproot depths. Alongside Godwyn's spreading remains, there is a dead pair of two fingers. These are not the two fingers of the Round Table hold, who are still alive at that point in the game. They are a different pair, two of the Greater Will's intermediaries, who were apparently killed by the proximity of Deathblight or by some event in the Deeproot depths. Their corpse communicates, through the fact of its death, that the two fingers are not indestructible divine entities. They can be killed. The Fingerslayer blade exists for exactly this purpose. The dead two fingers in the Deeproot depths is the visual proof that the cosmic intermediaries of the Greater Will have physical vulnerability, that the divine hierarchy the Golden Order rests on is not invulnerable, that the death of these entities is possible and has occurred. Combined with the Fingerslayer blade's existence and Ranni's quest, this dead pair forms part of a larger argument the game is assembling about the impermanence and the corruptibility of the Golden Order's divine infrastructure. Gods can die in the lands between. Their servants can die. The theology continues anyway, sustained by the inertia of the institutions built around it, which is perhaps the sharpest political observation Elden Ring makes. The Greater Will and what it actually wants. The Greater Will, the primary outer god, whose influence shaped the Elden Ring, and the Erd Tree and the Golden Order, is never seen in the game. It communicates through the two fingers. Its stated purpose, as transmitted through the two fingers and implemented through Marika, was to bring order to the lands between, through the Elden Ring, a set of laws governing the fundamental forces of the world. The Easter egg is in what that order actually required. The Rune of Death was removed from the Elden Ring and sealed within Malekith, preventing true death. The Crucible was subsumed into the Erd Tree's framework. The ancient dragons were displaced. The Nox people were condemned underground. Everything that did not fit the Greater Will's framework was either removed, suppressed, or punished. The Golden Order is not the natural state of the lands between. It is the imposed state. The natural state, represented by the crucible and the ancestral spirits and the ancient dragons, was more diverse and more chaotic and more interesting by the game's internal evidence. The greater will chose order over diversity and implemented that choice through divine law. Every story in Elden Ring is at some level a story about the cost of that choice, the people and the traditions and the cosmological possibilities that were lost when one outer god decided what the rules should be. The Elden Beast, the final boss of Elden Ring, fought after Radagon, is the Elden Beast. It is a cosmic entity, enormous and sea creature-like, swimming through the golden air of the Erdtree's interior. Its item description identifies it as the Elden Ring itself, or more precisely, as the physical form of the greater will's instrument in the lands between, the living embodiment of the divine laws that Marika was chosen to implement. The Easter egg is the nature of this fight. You are not fighting a monster. You are fighting the physical manifestation of the Golden Order itself, the actual substance of the laws you have spent the entire game navigating. Everything the game is about, all the tragedy and beauty of the stories embedded in it, all the people ground up by a divine system they did not choose to be part of, comes down to this fight. The Elden Beast is not aware in the way a character is aware. It is not suffering or afraid. It is simply the expression of its God's will. Defeating it, regardless of which ending you pursue afterward, is the act of saying that the greater will's specific configuration of the Elden Ring is over. What comes after is defined by whatever mending rune you carry. The ending is not the defeat of evil. It is the implementation of a new version of order, or the embrace of chaos, or the removal of death, or the dissolution of all things. It is a choice about what kind of world you want to leave behind. The Elden Ring itself. The Elden Ring, the central artifact of the game's title and premise, is not a ring that you wear or even see as a coherent object. It is described in item texts and lore as a collection of great runes, each governing a different fundamental force of existence. Before the shattering, all of these runes were unified under Marika's custodianship in the Elden Ring, which hung as a divine artifact within the Erdtree. Marika shattered it, and the runes fragmented and were dispersed among her demigod children, who each inherited a piece of the shattered lore. The great runes the player collects throughout the game are pieces of this divine legal framework, not simply power-ups. When the player approaches the Elden Throne at the end of the game, they are approaching not a throne of political power, but the site where the Elden Ring is reconstituted or remade according to whoever sits there. The mending runes carried by the game's characters, Fear's rune, Dung-Eater's rune, Goldmask's rune, are not simply different endings. They are different philosophies of governance made literal, different answers to the question of what the fundamental laws of the world should be. The game's title is a description of the world as a system of law, and the ending is a choice about legislation. Goldmask and the Perfect Order. Goldmask is a mysterious figure encountered several times throughout the lands between, standing completely motionless and silent, covered in golden shell-like armor. He never speaks. His companion, Brother Corin, interprets his gestures and postures as a kind of communication, and their questline involves Corin translating Goldmask's increasingly complex theological positions as they travel together. Goldmask's area of study is the flaws in the Golden Order's theology, specifically the implication that Radagon is Marika. When Corin eventually delivers this information to Goldmask, the implications of the revelation consume him entirely. Goldmask's eventual conclusion, reached through a process of silent mathematical reasoning about the nature of the Golden Order, is that the order must be perfected. The rune of perfect order that he provides is his answer to what the laws of the world should be. His death, which comes when his reasoning leads him to the Erdree's base in a state of total contemplative stillness, is the death of a mind that thought itself into stillness. The item description of the mending rune of perfect order describes it as an equation that completes the golden order by correcting the paradox at its centre. Goldmask never spoke a word in the game and produced one of its most quietly radical theological artifacts. Brother Corin. Brother Corin begins as a teacher of incantations at the Round Table Hold, selling basic faith spells to the player and answering questions about the Golden Order's theology with earnest simplicity. As his questline develops, he becomes Goldmask's interpreter and eventually a more conflicted figure. He begins as a true believer. He ends as someone whose belief has been tested by the implications of what his silent companion discovered. The Easter egg in Corin's arc is what happens if you tell him the secret of Radagon and Marika, the revelation that the god and her consort are the same person, before Goldmask has worked it out through his own reasoning. Corin's dialogue changes. The certainty in his voice develops a crack. He continues the journey, but the faith that sent him on it has been destabilized. Corin's final state, whether at peace or in crisis, depends on the order in which the player delivers information to him, and his eventual fate, if the questline is completed correctly, is to have aligned himself with a project of theological reformation rather than simple devotion. He is a character whose journey from simple faith to complicated knowing is one of the game's more human arcs, which is why it is easy to miss entirely by not talking to him at the right moments. The Round Table Hold's true inhabitants. The Round Table Hold has several characters who are presented as allies, and who have layered motivations that only become clear through questlines and item descriptions. Effia has her deathbed agenda. Gideon has his information-gathering conspiracy. Ensha is a spy. Dee is a death hunter with a tragic twin. Rogier is dying from a dead god's touch. Roderica, who begins as a passive figure, eventually given purpose as a spirit tuning specialist, has a backstory involving a suicide mission she was the sole survivor of. Hugh the blacksmith is cursed to the hold and cannot leave, a detail he mentions offhandedly that, combined with his item description, suggests he was placed there by Marika or by a mechanism of the hold itself as a permanent resource for Tarnished who need weapons. The hold as a concept, a neutral gathering space for Tarnished, turns out on examination to be a space curated by the Golden Order's infrastructure, populated by people with competing agendas, and maintained by a divine mechanism that holds at least one person there against his will. The sanctuary that opens the game, the first safe space the player finds, is one of the game's subtlest critiques of the idea of safe spaces, because every person in it is carrying something the facade of safety barely contains. Hugh's curse blacksmith. Hugh cannot leave the Round Table Hold. He mentions this in passing when asked about himself. His bell-bearing, obtained if he dies, describes him as a master blacksmith, bound to the hold by a vow made to a being he served. The being is implied to be Marika. The vow bound him to the hold so that Tarnished would always have access to a skilled weaponsmith. This was not framed as a punishment at its origin, though it functions as one. Hugh cannot age, cannot leave, cannot die in the conventional sense, and has been at that anvil for what item descriptions suggest is an enormous span of time. His responses to questions about himself have a quality of careful deflection that becomes more legible once you understand the context. He knows what he is and what he is trapped in. He is not at peace with it, but he has accepted it. His professional pride in his craft is genuine, and his relationship with Roderica, as her spirit-tuning ability is developed alongside his regular smithing, is one of the Hold's more touching, small character dynamics. That dynamic exists because of an inescapable cosmic obligation, which gives it a quality of making the best of a permanent situation. Roderica's background. Roderica arrives at the Hold in a state of obvious distress, sitting near a fire and making comments about chrysalids. Her backstory, which she gradually shares, is that she was the sole survivor of a group sent on what amounted to a suicide mission to Stormvale Castle. Her companions were grafted onto Godric's chimeras, or killed. She escaped and found her way to the hold. What she is processing in her early hold dialogues is survivor's guilt. The Easter egg is the detail about chrysalids, Roderica's connection to the dead. Her ability to hear the voices of spirits eventually reveals itself as a talent for spirit tuning, the ability to strengthen spirit ashes. The chrysalids she keeps mentioning are the body modifications inflicted on Godric's victims, and her sensitivity to their voices is her talent expressing itself in a state of trauma. Hugh, who recognizes this talent, pushes her toward developing it, and eventually she sits across from him in the hold as his professional counterpart in a different branch of craft. The transformation from distressed survivor to established practitioner is one of the game's quieter character growth arcs, and it depends entirely on the player taking the time to talk to her repeatedly at the right points and to listen to what she's actually processing. The perfumers. The perfumers are humanoid enemies found primarily in the Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir area, wearing distinctive masks and carrying perfume bottles that they use to generate various magical effects. Their item descriptions connect them to a tradition of alchemical craft associated with the servants of Rotor, with the cultivation and transmission of various botanical magical properties. The Easter egg is their connection to the Traveller's Set and to a broader lore thread about the transmission of craft knowledge through lineages of practitioners who travelled the lands between before the Shattering. The Perfumer's Cookbook items describe a tradition of perfumers who combined alchemical and craft knowledge with a devotion to certain natural forces, and their armour reflects both the practical demands of their craft, the mask for chemical protection, and its ceremonial dimensions. They are another example of a professional tradition in the world of Elden Ring, with its own internal logic and history, existing in the margins of the main quest and requiring engagement with item descriptions to fully understand. The nomadic merchants and their connection. The nomadic merchants are scattered throughout the lands between, always sitting near their fires with their distinctive red hoods and cloaks and distinctive musical drones. They sell various goods and respond to the player's presence with a specific set of lines that all carry an undertone of something melancholic. The Easter egg is their connection to each other. Item descriptions, specifically the nomadic merchants' bell-bearing descriptions, reveal that the merchants were originally a single people who travelled together, sharing resources and culture. They were forcibly separated, and their culture was suppressed by the Golden Order, which dispersed them across the lands between and prevented them from gathering. The music that the merchants play, a constant drone that creates their distinctive soundscape, is what remains of a culture that was deliberately broken apart. The merchants you meet individually are the remnants of a community, each one isolated, each one playing the same music from a shared tradition they can no longer practice collectively. Merchant Kale, the first one you encounter, plays a specific instrument and will teach the player a gesture. The gesture, the music, the shared aesthetic across all merchants, despite their geographic separation, are the remnants of belonging that survived the dispersal of their people. It is one of the game's most understated expressions of cultural violence. Merchant Kale. The first nomadic merchant encountered, Kale has specific lines about the Church of Ella where he camps, about the Tarnished's arrival, and about the nature of commerce in the lands between. His unique lines distinguish him from other merchants slightly, giving him a degree of individuality within the shared tragedy of his people's dispersal. The item description of his bell-bearing, which you can obtain by killing him, and which is obviously not the intended method of accessing his inventory, describes him as a merchant of the dispossessed, one of many who travel alone with the ghost of a community that was taken from them. The Easter egg in Kale's specific placement is that he is at the very beginning of the game, the first merchant the player meets, and his fire at the Church of Ella is both welcoming and slightly removed from the warmth of a grace site. He is not guided by grace. He is not blessed by the Erd tree. He is one of the lands between people who exists entirely outside the divine framework that governs everything else, by choice or by circumstance. And the game places him at the threshold of the player's journey as the first face of that outside world. The cookbook tradition. Throughout the game, the player can find various cookbooks that teach new crafting recipes. These are not simply gameplay items. Their item descriptions consistently reference specific characters or traditions that pass the knowledge down, and reading them creates a portrait of a world where craft knowledge was transmitted through lineage and apprenticeship. The Missionaries' Cookbook series references a tradition of missionaries who travelled the lands between, carrying practical knowledge of healing and preservation. The Armourer's Cookbooks reference smithing traditions. The Thiever's Cookbook references a specific tradition associated with sleep and drowsy agents. Each cookbook series is a narrative fragment about a person or group that built and transmitted a body of practical knowledge, and the fact that these books are scattered across the lands between. As Lute suggests the fragmentation of the people who once held and taught them, the shattering didn't just break political structures, it broke educational and craft lineages, scattering their physical records across a world where no one is now formally teaching them. The player character learns from these fragments the same way that anyone in a post-collapse world learns, by picking up what others left behind. Sacred tears and the minor Erd trees. Sacred tears are found in churches throughout the lands between, and are used to upgrade the flask of crimson tears and flask of cerulean tears. Their item description says they fell from the minor Erd trees. The minor Erd trees, encountered as Erd tree avatar boss fights in various regions, are smaller versions of the Erd tree that grew from the same divine root system. The sacred tears they shed are described as the physical manifestation of the divine grace that the Erd tree and its offshoots produce. The Easter egg is geographical and historical. The minor Erd trees are concentrated in specific locations, and some of the churches that contain sacred tears are extremely old, clearly predating the major conflicts of the recent era. The tears themselves, over time, built up in these churches as a kind of divine residue. The placement of churches near the bases of minor Erd trees, and the accumulation of sacred tears in those churches, creates a picture of a devotional geography where the physical marks of the Erd tree's presence were mapped and tended by the communities that grew up around them. Finding a sacred tear in a ruined church deep in the wilderness is finding the residue of a community that built its spiritual life around the divine tree's smallest expression. Golden seeds and old Erd trees. Golden seeds are found near saplings or near the stumps of what appear to have been minor Erd trees, and they upgrade the number of charges in the player's flasks. The item description says that where a golden seed is found, a sapling of the Erd tree once stood. Some of the locations where golden seeds appear are locations where no minor Erd tree currently stands, which means the current minor Erd trees are not the first generation of them. There were earlier minor Erd trees that are now gone, leaving only their seeds in the soil. The world has been reseeded by the Erd tree multiple times. The current distribution of minor Erd trees is not the original distribution. The geography of divine grace across the lands between has shifted. Some older sites of divine presence dried up, or destroyed, or perhaps consolidated into fewer, larger expressions of the same divine power. The golden seeds map an older version of the Erd tree's footprint, and finding them in locations without a current minor Erd tree is finding evidence of a previous arrangement of divine geography that the current game world has moved past. The Sites of Grace. The Sites of Grace, which serve as the game's respawn and fast travel checkpoints, are presented in the game's lore as manifestations of Erdtree grace, small expressions of the same divine energy as the Erdtree itself. Their item-level lore, communicated through Melina's early dialogue and through the description of the flask of crimson tears, describes them as the Erdtree's light preserved in small fixed points, places where grace pools, and is accessible to those who carry it. The Easter egg is what this means about the player's respawn mechanic. When you die in Elden Ring and respawn at a site of grace, you are not simply resuming from a save point. Within the game's internal logic, you are being restored by the Erdtree's grace, your body and soul, reconstituted by the divine pool of the grace site. The fact that this is happening because Malekith sealed the rune of death, meaning true death is currently unavailable, turns the respawn mechanic into a lore statement. You keep coming back because death doesn't fully work right now. The sites of grace are the mechanism of your persistence, and their existence as Erdtree expressions means that even in dying, the player character is being held within the greater will system. The very mechanism of your survival is the mechanism of the cosmic order you may eventually choose to dismantle. The Finger Maiden Theralina. In the Stormhill shack early in the game, there is a phantom kneeling over a corpse near the road. This phantom is labelled Finger Maiden Theralina, and she does not interact with the player in any meaningful way. The Easter egg in this image is its function as a world-building detail about what Tarnished are supposed to have. A Finger Maiden is a guide assigned to a Tarnished to help them navigate the lands between toward the Erdtree, a living companion and intermediary connected to the two fingers. The player character has no Finger Maiden. The Phantom of Theralina, kneeling over a dead body near the beginning of the game, is either the ghost of the Tarnished she was assigned to, who died before reaching the hold, or a reference to the Tarnished, who might have been the player in a different circumstance. The image communicates, early and quietly, that there is a system for guiding Tarnished, and that the player character is operating outside it. Melina substitutes for the missing Finger Maiden, which she acknowledges in her introduction, and the specific phrase she uses about not being a real Finger Maiden points back to this phantom on the road, which you may or may not have noticed on your way past. White-faced Vare Vare is the first NPC the player character encounters in the game, standing at the very beginning of Limgrave next to the first site of grace, and his opening lines are dripping with condescension. He calls the player maidenless, which within the context of the lore is a statement about the player's lack of a Finger Maiden, and therefore their unguided, unsponsored status among the Tarnished. The Easter egg in Vare's full questline is where it leads. He is an agent of Mug, the Lord of Blood, who is working to recruit powerful Tarnished to the Blood cult's cause. The questline has him give the player a white mask and ask them to invade other players' worlds, returning with the blood of other maidens as evidence of their commitment to violence and to the Blood cult's theology. He is, in other words, the game's first face, placed at the very threshold of the player's introduction to the world, and he is a recruitment agent for one of the game's worst actors. The white mask that defines his appearance is connected to the cosmetic mask worn by invaders in Mog's service, and his condescending opening is a personality consistent with someone who has spent years evaluating which Tarnished are useful to his lord's ambitions and which are not worth the time. The White Mask Invaders. Connected to Vare, the White Mask Invaders found in the late-game invasion area of Mokwyn Palace are associated with the Rivers of Blood Katana, one of the game's most distinctive weapons. The item description of the Rivers of Blood Katana references a swordsman named Okina, who came to the lands between from a foreign land and discovered the blade. Bloody Finger Okina is an invader NPC who appears wielding the katana, and his item set describes him as a wanderer from the Far East who was drawn to the lands between by the call of blood. He is one of several characters in the game whose armor set descriptions reference a Far Eastern land outside the lands between, a place with its own culture and martial traditions that some adventurers leave in search of greater purpose. The lands between is explicitly not the whole world. There are other places. Characters from those places occasionally arrive, and the items they carry describe a world wider than the one you explore in the game. Okina died to Bloodyfinger Nereus, also found in Murkwater Cave, and the chain of context between these invader NPCs sketches a portrait of a community of bloodthirsty wanderers drawn to the lands between and each other's violence. Eleonora and Yura Hunter. Yura's questline involves protecting the player from Bloodyfinger Nereus, tracking down the Bloodyfinger activity in the Altus Plateau area, and confronting Bloodyfinger Eleonora. Eleonora drops the Purifying Crystal Tear and the Eleonora's pole blade weapon. Her item description says she was a woman who came to the lands between seeking a second life and found instead a blood flame that consumed her. The Easter egg is the specific framing of Yura's dedication to hunting her. His dialogue about Eleonora has a quality of personal history, and the sequence of events in his questline, where he appears progressively more damaged as the confrontation with Eleonora approaches, suggests that their history predates the game's events. He is not simply a Bloodyfinger hunter by profession. He is hunting a specific person, and the specificity of that hunt reads as something personal. After Yura's death and Shabriri's possession of his corpse, this personal dimension is abandoned by the story without resolution. The Shabriri-possessed body moves on to recruiting for the frenzied flame, and the particular loss of whatever Yura was trying to finish is swallowed by the larger horror of his replacement. The Cleanrot Knights. The Cleanrot Knights serve Malenia and have armor sets describing their devotion to her as their goddess commander and their fight against the Scarlet Rot spread on behalf of the people of the Haligtree. They are the elite warriors of a faction built around protecting those who had nowhere else to go, the cursed and the outcast who came to Miquella's promised tree, seeking a home outside the Golden Order's framework. The Easter egg is the word Clean Rot. The name of their order acknowledges the rot. They are Knights of Clean Rot, a name that seems contradictory but reflects the specific theology of Malenia's condition. Malenia is afflicted with scarlet rot, but in her it is held in a particular balance, a state of grace within rot, clean in the sense of being specific and controlled rather than spreading indiscriminately. The Clean Rot Knights serve a commander whose affliction is the thing they model their identity around, and their armor aesthetics, gold and clean lines against an outer god's corruption, reflect this exact tension. They are in the business of maintaining the beautiful aspects of their lady's power while fighting against the dissolution it implies. They are, in the end, losing. The Haligtree is dying, the rot is spreading, and they are still there, the putrid Crystalians. In the Elfale Brace of the Haligtree, which is the lower section of Miquella's tree accessible in the endgame, there are crystalline humanoid enemies called putrid Crystalians who are covered in scarlet rot. The Crystalians in general, enemies found across the game, are artificial, crystalline beings created by sorcerers and animated by academic magic. The putrid Crystalians in the Haligtree are Crystalians that have been infected by the rot, spreading through the dying tree. The Easter egg is the specific tragedy of this. Crystalians are constructs, artificial life created by scholarship. They were brought to the Haligtree for purposes related to its administration or defense, and they have been corrupted by the same rot that is killing the tree. They were made things that ended up in a dying place and caught the dying's disease. They are not villains. They are not natural inhabitants. They are infected tools in a failing project, and their presence in the Haligtree's lower sections is one of the small environmental details that accumulates into the overall impression of a noble idea in catastrophic decline. Millicent's sisters. During Millicent's questline, you eventually encounter her sisters, 4 other Albinoric-like women also infected with scarlet rot, who appear as invaders trying to kill Millicent and take her prosthetic arm. Their item descriptions describe them as also having been buds born from Melinia's bloom, sisters in the same biological sense as Millicent, but ones who chose to return to their source rather than develop independent identity. They are, in the lore reading, the choice not to become an individual, the choice to dissolve back into the rot's collective purpose. Millicent's choice to develop a self, to have a name and a history and a desire to see things, is the aberration that makes her questline interesting. Her sisters represent the default outcome, the one where a rot-born creature remains a rot-born creature and serves the outer god's spread rather than trying to exist outside it. The fight to protect Millicent from her sisters is a fight on behalf of the possibility of selfhood against the pull of a god force toward absorption, which is a lot to extract from what is mechanically an invasion fight in a field next to a crumbling Erd tree, but that is the level at which Elden Ring consistently operates. The prayer rooms of Leyndell. Throughout Leyndell, royal capital, there are numerous prayer rooms, alcoves, and shrine spaces built into the architecture for the worship of the Erd tree and the Golden Order. Their aesthetic is consistent, gold and white, statues of Marika and the Elden Ring's symbolic representations, incense burners, and devotional objects. The Easter egg in these spaces is what they show about the scale and density of devotion built into the city's infrastructure. Leyndell is not simply a capital city with a religious building in it. It is a city built as an act of continuous devotion, where the sacred and the civic are indistinguishable, where prayer is not a separate activity from daily life, but the architecture that daily life takes place inside. The distribution of these prayer spaces throughout every level of the city, from the upper reaches near the Erd tree's roots to the streets and lower levels, suggests a theological saturation that would have been absolute before the shattering. The ruined state of many of these spaces in the present-day game world, the broken statues and the scattered items, communicate the damage the shattering did to the living practice of the religion as clearly as it communicates the physical damage to the buildings. The Erd tree's interior. Entering the Erd tree is not possible through conventional means until late in the game, when Melina burns it open. Before that point, characters in the game refer to the Erd tree's interior in terms that suggest it is the destination of grace, the place where the dead go to be recycled and returned. The Easter egg is what the interior looks like. It is not golden or peaceful. It is a burning, amber-lit space of enormous scale, the interior of a tree filled with fire and ash, and the memory of all the accumulated souls stored there. The boss fight against Radagon and the Elden Beast takes place inside this space, and the environmental design communicates that the Erd tree's interior is a place of cosmic commerce rather than divine peace. Souls are not resting here. They are being held here, processed here, used to maintain the Erd tree's function. The Golden Order's theology of the Erd tree as a paradise of the afterlife is contradicted by the actual visual evidence of what the inside looks like when you arrive. It looks like a furnace. The Crucible Knight in the tutorial area. In the tutorial area, the Stranded Graveyard, there is an optional fog gate leading to a Crucible Knight boss fight. The Crucible Knight is one of the hardest early enemies in the game, completely capable of killing a new player many times over, and it is placed right at the beginning as an optional challenge. The Easter egg is the item dropped in the chest beyond the Crucible Knight, a stone sword key and the aspect of the Crucible, Tail Incantation. The Crucible Incantation in a tutorial area, behind the hardest tutorial boss, is the game's first and most pointed statement about its own philosophy. If you are powerful enough or skilled enough to overcome this obstacle at the very start, you will find something ancient and powerful that has nothing to do with the main quest and everything to do with the older, deeper layer of the world's lore. The tutorial is already making arguments about the difference between the surface story and the thing underneath it. The Grafted Scion. The Grafted Scion is the first enemy in the game, encountered immediately after the tutorial area's opening, and it is designed to be killed. Players will fight it and dying is part of the intended experience of this encounter. The Grafted Scion is a creation of Godric's grafting methodology, multiple bodies and limbs fused into a single, aggressive entity. Its item description describes it as one of the many abominations produced by Godric's obsession with collecting body parts to compensate for his perceived weakness. Godric is the weakest of the demigods by multiple accounts, and his grafting of other beings' body parts onto himself and onto his creations is a response to that inferiority, an attempt to accumulate physical power that he was not born with. The Grafted Scion, as the first thing you fight in the game, is a compressed lore statement about Godric, about the Shattering's political chaos, and about the kind of entity that rises to power when the divine order collapses and the strongest take what they want. You are killed by this thing immediately. The game then shows you a vision of the Erd Tree and calls you back. The implication is that the world into which you're being called has things in it like this, and surviving it will require something more than the equipment you're currently holding. Godric's grafting philosophy. Godric the Grafted is the first major demigod boss encountered in Stormveil Castle, and his lore is built around the concept of acquisition through force. He grafts the body parts of defeated enemies and prisoners onto himself and onto his subordinates, building composite bodies out of others' strength because he lacks his own. The item description of Godric's Great Rune describes it as the most diluted of all the Great Runes, a detail that points toward his comparative weakness among demigods. His behavior, collecting and incorporating, is a literalization of a metaphor about inadequacy. He cannot be strong, so he takes strength. The Easter egg is the detail of his encounter with Malenia. Dialogue and item descriptions suggest that Godric fled when Malenia came for him, abandoning his followers to escape her. The castle full of grafted horrors is ruled by a coward who built his power on others' bodies and ran from the only real test of it. His boss fight, particularly the second phase in which he grafts a dragon arm onto himself to continue fighting, is a visual expression of this philosophy in real time. He is losing, so he takes more. It doesn't change the outcome. Stormveil's architecture. Stormveil Castle is the first major legacy dungeon in Elden Ring, and its design is one of the most carefully constructed in the game. The approach through the cliffside battlements, the multiple routes through the castle's interior, the verticality of the main keep, all of this is architectural storytelling about a structure that was once a significant military and political fortress, and is now a place gone wrong. The specific detail that rewards attention is the roof. Players who explore the castle's rooftops will find grafted bodies incorporated into the architecture itself, fused into the parapets and walls as part of the castle's ongoing modification under Godric. Stormveil is not simply ruled by Godric, it is being physically transformed by him, its architecture becoming an extension of his grafting aesthetic, the building becoming another body to modify. The gatehouse fight that functions as the optional Margit encounter introduces this space as dangerous. The exploration of the castle proper reveals it as diseased. The bosses are the disease's endpoints. The architecture is the earlier stages. The Crucible incantations full set. The Crucible incantations, accessible by defeating Crucible Knights and purchasing from the Volcano Manor area's specific NPC, form a complete set of abilities that manifest aspects of primordial life. Crucible. Tail creates a sweeping, dragon-like tail. Crucible. Horns grows a charging pair of horns. Crucible. Breath. Crucible. Scales. Crucible. Feather. And others each add a different aspect. When used in sequence, they create a character who is visually expressing the full spectrum of early life forms, a human figure manifesting reptilian, avian, and bestial characteristics simultaneously. The Easter egg is what this means aesthetically within the game's lore. A player who equips all Crucible aspects and uses them is performing a kind of theological ritual, embodying the pre-Erd Tree state of life that the Golden Order classified as cursed. The Crucible Knights themselves use subsets of these abilities, and fighting a Crucible Knight while using the same incantations creates a moment of visual and thematic symmetry that the game never points attention to. The omen curse that condemned Morgott and Mohg for expressing Crucible traits at birth is being willingly enacted by a player character who can switch it on and off at will, which is either an expression of freedom or a mild cosmic obscenity, depending on whose perspective you take. The Full Moon and Renala. Renala's power is described as being associated with the full moon, and her sorceries include the Renala's Full Moon spell, a massive sphere of cold lunar energy. The lore connection between Renala's sorcery tradition and Ranni's lunar theology is direct. Ranni is Renala's daughter and carries the dark moon as her cosmic counterpart to the Erd Tree. The full moon sorceries associated with Renala are described as the peak of the Carian tradition of glintstone sorcery, the most powerful expressions of the moon-watching scholars of Raya Lucaria. The Easter egg is the cosmological architecture being built across these related entities. Renala studies and calls the full moon. Ranni is the dark moon's chosen. The Carian royal family's sorcery tradition is built around lunar observation and lunar power, a competing cosmological framework to the Erd Tree's solar-adjacent golden light. The contrast between the Erd Tree's gold and the moon's blue is everywhere in the game's visual design, and it is not simply aesthetic, it is the visual expression of two different cosmological claims about what the primary source of divine power is and should be. Renala's amber chamber, golden in memory of Radagon, sits inside a library dedicated to the moon. The personal tragedy and the cosmological argument occupy the same room. Primeval sorcerers Lusat and Azure Master Lusat and primeval sorcerer Azure are two legendary sorcerers who represent the peak of what glintstone sorcery can achieve, and both of them paid enormous prices for reaching that peak. Azure is found buried in the rock near the shore of Liurnia's volcanic coast, still alive, still breathing, but immobilized in a seated position with his staff raised, apparently frozen mid-spell or mid-meditation. He gives the player the Comet Azure spell, the most powerful single-hit sorcery in the game. Lusat is found in a secret room in Celia, Town of Sorcery, sealed behind an illusory wall, sitting inside a crystal formation that has grown around him. He gives the Stars of Ruin spell. Both sorcerers sought to tap the primeval current, described as the original flow of glintstone magic before it was organized and systematized by the Academy. The Easter egg is what happened to them. Accessing the primeval current gave them access to more power than the Academy's framework allows, but the cost was their bodies, their mobility, their conventional existence. They reached the top of what magic can do and became immovable because of it, sorcerers who achieved the maximum and can no longer do anything with it except give you a spell. They are monuments to the gap between the power that exists and the human vessel capable of wielding it without consequence. Seluvis's Hidden Cellar Preceptor. Seluvis is a sorcerer at Ranni's Rise who assigns quests involving the retrieval of a puppet potion to be given to Nefeli Lu. The puppet potion, if given to Nefeli, turns her into a puppet under Seluvis's control, removing her from the game's world and adding her to his puppet collection. If you investigate Seluvis's tower and find the hidden cellar, you discover that he has been collecting people. Real people converted into puppets. The puppets include recognizable characters from the game if certain conditions are met. The Easter egg is Seluvis's relationship to Rani. He presents himself as her loyal servant and preceptor. The item descriptions of his puppets and the letters found in his cellar reveal that he is working toward a goal of gaining Rani's power for himself, attempting to acquire enough leverage over her through his puppet network and his knowledge to supplant her position. His plan is detailed and elaborate and hinges on aspects of Rani's questline that he has been monitoring closely. The revelation of the cellar transforms Seluvis from a minor quest giver into an active threat to the questline you are pursuing, a collaborator who is running his own adjacent scheme and using the player character's assistance for purposes they were never told about. Pedia and the Carian servant's Pedia is an NPC found in Caria Manor's lower reaches, accessible by dropping from the Manor's upper battlements to a ledge that is not obviously accessible. He sells specific Carian items including Ash of War items and a larval tear. His item description and dialogue suggest he is a surviving servant of the Carian royal household. The Easter egg is his death. After certain progress in Rani's questline, Pedia is found dead, killed by 3 marionette soldiers, the Seluvis adjacent puppet constructs. The implication is that Seluvis arranged his death, eliminating someone who knew about the Carian household's affairs and might have complicated Seluvis's plans. Pedia is another of the game's quiet background casualty figures, someone with a specific place in the world's larger story, who dies not as a dramatic moment but as an item drop on a ledge in a Manor's lower levels. His death is so easy to miss that many players never discover him alive and certainly don't investigate the circumstances of his death. But for players engaged with Rani's questline and with Seluvis's subplot, his dead body on that ledge is a piece of evidence connecting Seluvis's scheming to real casualties. The Volcano Manor invitations. Volcano Manor's questline involves receiving letters from Tanith that contain the names of targets to be hunted, presented as a series of assassination missions framed as joining the Manor's community of refusal. The letters are written in a specific formal style that sounds like a guild communication or a noble's correspondence, a stylistic Easter egg pointing toward Volcano Manor's self-presentation as a legitimate institution rather than what it is. The targets include Tarnished who are progressing toward the Elden Throne, meaning the assassination targets are people like the player character, pursuing the same general goal from a competing position. The questline's completion involves killing Rykard, which ends the Manor's existence in its current form. The Easter egg in the invitation process is Patches. Receiving Patches' invitation, a letter from the Volcano Manor that Patches delivers as part of his own questline, is one of the game's more absurd connection points. The disreputable merchant who kicks you into pits being the delivery mechanism for a demigod's assassination guild's correspondence. That combination, entirely in character for both parties, creates a tone shift in the Manor's self-serious presentation that the game allows without comment. The Night's Sacred Ground in Nokron. Night's Sacred Ground is a sub-area within Nokron, Eternal City, built around an enormous silver teardrop tree that is associated with Rani's lunar cosmology rather than the Erd tree. The silver sapling is clearly a deliberate alternative to the golden Erd trees encountered throughout the game, and its presence in the underground city of the Nox suggests that the Nox people's cosmological framework was aligned with Rani's lunar tradition, rather than the Greater Will's Golden Order. The Mimic Tear boss, one of the game's most iconic mid-game encounters, is found nearby. The Mimic Tear is a silver tear that has taken on the player character's appearance, a perfect copy that fights exactly like you. Its item description and the descriptions of other silver tears reveals that the silver tears were living things that could take any form, created or cultivated by the Nox for purposes not entirely clear. The Mimic Tear specifically has a description suggesting it was something that sought to become a person, to acquire the properties of the holy, as if a creature of formless mimicry was reaching toward the definition that a specific individual shape implies. It is one of the more philosophically interesting enemies in the game, and it lives in the sacred ground of the Underground's alternate theology. Silver tears and mimicry. The silver tears, the liquid metallic creatures found throughout Nokron and accessible as a Spirit Ash summon, have item descriptions that describe them as creatures that absorb and replicate forms. The silver tear mask, wearable by the player, provides a buff to Arcane at the cost of reducing other stats, and its description connects it to the mimicry properties of the silver tears. The Mimic Tear Spirit Ash, one of the most powerful summons in the game before it was patched, replicates the player's exact build and uses the player's own weapons and spells against enemies. The Easter egg is the Silver Tear mask's description, saying that those who wear the mask of a silver tear may gain something of its qualities, meaning the boundary between person and silver tear is permeable in both directions. The silver tears are forms searching for content. The Nox created or cultivated them in their underground city, and the question of what they intended to do with formless creatures capable of perfectly replicating anything raises the same uncomfortable implications as the Finger Slayer blade. The Nox were building things to oppose the Greater Will's order, and some of those things were weapons and some of them were mimics. The distinction between those categories in a city built around celestial opposition may not have been as clear as it seems. The Star Scourge Greatswords. The Star Scourge Greatswords, created from Radan's remembrance, are twin colossal weapons that can be used to cast gravity magic when power stanced. Their item description describes them as weapons worthy of a king of the stars, instruments of a force that moves celestial bodies. The Easter egg is the Power Stance Gravity Slam, in which using both weapons simultaneously creates a gravity pull effect that draws enemies toward the player. This is Radan's signature technique in his own boss fight, the ability to generate gravity events that disrupt the battlefield. When the player uses these weapons, they are briefly doing what Radan did, manipulating the same force that this demigod used to hold the stars in place. The weapons drop from his remembrance, meaning they are made from his memory, from the essence of what he was, and using them is, in some sense, carrying a fragment of his particular relationship with gravity magic. The fact that they are two great swords requiring two hands to dual wield reflects the physical scale of a character who was so large that ordinary weapons would not represent what he was, and who studied a discipline requiring two hands on the wheel of the universe. Radan's Scarlet Rot. Radan contracted Scarlet Rot during the Battle of Aeonia, his clash with Malenia. The battle, described as one of the greatest military engagements in the lands between's recent history, ended when Malenia released her bloom, devastating both armies and the surrounding land of Caelid. Radan survived, but the rot entered his mind and body. His subsequent state, rampaging in Caelid, is the product of this infection. The Festival of Radan frames his mental collapse as the reason for the festival's merciful framing. He is no longer fighting, he is simply existing in pain. The Easter egg is the scale of collateral damage. Caelid as a region, one of the largest regions in the game, is entirely devastated by the rot that spread from Malenia's bloom. The Scarlet Lake, the red sands, the rotting trees, the clean rot enemies scattered through the land, the dying soldiers, all of this is the consequence of one moment in one battle between two demigods. The region is a visual archive of what happens when two beings of divine scale fight without restraint. Every environmental detail in Caelid is a consequence of Malenia's bloom, and Radan's mad wandering across that devastated landscape is the living embodiment of both victim and cause of the ongoing catastrophe. The War-Dead Catacombs. In Caelid, the War-Dead Catacombs contain the remains of soldiers from Radan's battle, their bodies not properly buried or at rest. Enemies in this dungeon are summoned ancestral spirits of soldiers, fighting each other even in death. The boss of this dungeon is the Erdtree Burial Watchdog, a standard dungeon boss type, but the surrounding design communicates the specific tragedy of soldiers killed in a battle between gods, whose remains are now cycling through something like an undead loop, neither properly dead because Malekith sealed the rune of death, nor properly at rest because the circumstances of their deaths left something unresolved. The item descriptions of the Radahn soldier armor sets describe the soldiers' devotion to their commander, their willingness to follow Radahn into the most dangerous engagement in the lands between's recent history. They followed their commander. Their commander lost himself to scarlet rot, and their remains are still fighting in catacombs under the ruined landscape of Caelid, serving an army that no longer exists in service of a commander who no longer remembers who they were. Ordina, liturgical town. Ordina, the frozen town on the approach to the Haligtree, is one of the game's more beautifully designed areas, a snow-covered town full of black knife assassin enemies and with a specific puzzle involving candles and statues. The liturgical designation in its name indicates that it was a town associated with a specific religious practice, and the nature of that practice, the Evergale and the statues and the black knife presence, points toward Ordina being connected to the Knight of Black Knives tradition. The Black Knife assassins apparently used this town as a staging area or a devotional space, and the Evergale, in which you must solve the candle puzzle to open the Haligtree teleporter, is structured like a divine trial. The Easter egg in Ordina is the combination of access difficulty and reward. The town is hidden behind two pieces of the Haligtree secret medallion, one of which requires a quest line to obtain, and the other a dungeon completion in the Mountains of the Giants. The puzzle itself is hidden behind an Evergale entry mechanic. The Haligtree, Miquella's secret sanctuary, is perhaps the most hidden major area in the game, and Ordina is the last lock on the door. The difficulty of reaching it is proportional to the secrecy of what it protects. The Giant's Forge. The Giant's Forge atop the mountaintops of the Giants, and specifically at the Forge of the Giants where the Fire Giant is fought, is the mechanism through which the Erdtree can be burned. Melina, if not given the frenzied flame beforehand, sacrifices herself here to light the forge. The Fire Giant, the last of his kind, guarded this forge specifically to prevent exactly this from happening. His lore describes the Fell God, the outer god of the Fire Giants, who opposed the Erdtree's establishment. The Giants were conquered by Godfrey in his military campaigns, but the Fell God's fire was never fully extinguished. The last Fire Giant, one-legged and ancient, kept that fire alive for exactly the purpose Marika feared, and Godfrey killed his people to prevent. The Easter egg is the chain of consequences. Godfrey killed the Giants, one survived, kept the fire. The Tarnished, summoned by Marika's plan, fights the last giant, extinguishes the last guardian of the forge, and then uses the forge to burn the Erdtree that Godfrey's campaigns were fought in service of. The military expansion of the Golden Order contained the seeds of its own eventual burning, because it was never complete. The one giant that survived was the only one that needed to. The Fell God and the Giants' theology. The Fell God is an outer god associated with the Fire Giants, and with the primordial fire that the Golden Order of the Erdtree was established in opposition to. Item descriptions for Fire Monk and Fire Knight armor sets describe a devotion to the Fell God's fire that survived the Giants' military defeat and continued in a diminished form among human practitioners of their fire theology. The Fire Monks and Fire Knights found in the mountaintops and the Stargazers' ruins area are humans who adopted the Giants' religious framework after the Giants themselves were mostly destroyed. They are the religious persistence of a conquered people's tradition, the way practices survive the destruction of the societies that originate them. The Fell God's fire as an outer god is distinguished from the frenzied flame by item descriptions that treat them as separate cosmic forces, both associated with fire but representing different kinds. The fell god's fire is primal and destructive in a specific worldly sense. The frenzied flame is entropic and total. The giants worshipped one. The three fingers offer the other. Both are alternatives to the Erd tree's golden light, and both are things the Golden Order tried to eliminate. Zamor Knights and the Giants. In the mountaintops of the Giants, around the ruins of Zamor, there are Zamor Knight enemies, and ruins suggesting a civilization that predated the current era in this region. The Zamor curved sword and associated items describe a culture of warriors who lived among the giants and developed a fighting tradition rooted in the cold and the high altitude of the mountaintops. Zamor was apparently a human settlement coexisting with the giant civilization, neither fully subservient to the giants nor fully opposed to them. The item description of the Zamor Ice Storm sorcery describes a technique developed by Zamer's sorcerers using the frost and wind of the mountaintops as a magical medium. The Easter egg is the picture of coexistence this paints. The giants were enemies of the Golden Order, but they were not enemies of all human cultures. Zamor coexisted with them for long enough to develop shared environmental adaptations and trade or cultural exchange. Godfrey's campaign to destroy the giants destroyed whatever Zamor represented as well, and the ruins of Zamor visible in the current game world are the remnants of that collateral erasure. The Crucible Knights, in different locations. Crucible Knight enemies appear across multiple dungeon types throughout the game, and their placement in various locations creates a map of where the ancient Crucible tradition retained a presence after the Golden Order's establishment. They are found in Stormvale, in various Evergolds, in Farum Azula, and in specific underground locations. The pattern of their placement suggests that the Crucible was not simply a historical phenomenon, but an ongoing practice maintained in specific institutions and locations across the lands, between even after the Erd Tree became dominant. The Crucible Knights are not anachronisms who somehow survived from an older era. They are practitioners of an ongoing tradition that the Golden Order permitted or tolerated in some spaces, while classifying its biological expressions as cursed. Their presence in Evergolds, which are divine prison constructs used to contain powerful or dangerous beings, suggests that at some point the Golden Order decided to contain rather than destroy them, imprisoning them in divine barriers rather than killing them outright. The fact that they still fight when released from these Evergolds suggests the containment was not a negotiated peace. The Stormvale Gargoyle. The gargoyle guarding the main entrance approach to Stormvale Castle is an enemy type that appears throughout the game in various forms. Large stone constructs, animated by some divine or sorcerous mechanism. Their item descriptions consistently reference them as divine messengers or sentinels, beings created to guard specific structures associated with the Golden Order or with older traditions. The Black Blade Kindred variants, wielding paired blades associated with Malekith's death magic, are the most powerful examples of this enemy type, and are found specifically at Bestial Sanctum and Farum Azula's outer approach, locations associated with Marika's shadow and the ceiling of destined death. The gargoyle at Stormvale is a standard variant, but its placement outside the castle of a demigod, rather than at a genuinely sacred site, suggests that Godric has been using Golden Order Sentinel constructs, not for their intended protective purpose, but to guard his own stolen territory. The Golden Order's infrastructure, its sentinels and sacred constructs, were dispersed after the Shattering, and have been appropriated by various factions for purposes their original makers did not intend. This is a consistent environmental detail throughout the game. Institutions end, but their tools persist and get repurposed. Malenia's Helm. Malenia's helm design, specifically the golden prosthetic arm visible on her body, has been noted by players with knowledge of real-world and mythological warrior aesthetics as bearing a visual resemblance to Valkyrie imagery from Norse mythology. The golden wings on her helm and her overall aesthetic as an undefeated warrior sent by something divine to the battlefield connects to the Valkyrie as a concept. Divine warriors who participate in battles and determine outcomes. The game does not name this as an intended reference, and From Software's design team does not typically comment on specific inspirations. But the visual overlap is precise enough and the aesthetic coherence of the Millennia character complete enough that the Valkyrie comparison is a consistent reading in the fan community. The additional detail that Millennia is connected to an outer god using her as a vessel, the outer god of Rot selecting her as its champion in the world, creates a thematic parallel with the Valkyrie concept of a warrior chosen by and serving a divine force in the mortal world. Whether intentional design reference or independent convergence on the same archetype, the visual and thematic resonance is there to find. Rykard's Blasphemy. Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, is one of the game's more philosophically distinct demigods. His stated position, communicated through his boss dialogue, is opposition to the gods on principle, a rejection of the divine order as an imposition on mortals rather than a benefit to them. His method of expressing this rejection, merging with the god-devouring serpent and attempting to literally eat the gods, is extreme, but the underlying argument it expresses is legible. He made a pact with a serpent associated with an outer god opposed to the greater will, essentially allying with one divine force to devour another. His children, the Rykard-worshipping residents of Volcano Manor, have adopted this theology fully, treating god-eating as a religious practice rather than simply a personal choice. The Easter egg in Rykard's lore is his origin in the Carian family. He is the son of Radagon and Renala, which makes him the son of Marika. His blasphemy is filial in the most direct possible sense. He is a child of the god he wants to eat. The personal and the cosmic dimensions of his rebellion are identical. The formless mother's wound in the sky, Mogwyn Palace, the hidden area accessible through Vari's questline, or a specific teleporter, is described in its item descriptions as existing inside a wound in the sky, a tear in the physical fabric of the world created by the formless mother's influence. The aesthetic of the area, a sky palace dripping with red waterfalls that look like bleeding, confirms this description. The formless mother is an outer god associated with blood and wounds, and her intervention in the world takes the form of a literal injury to its physical structure, a hole in the sky through which blood pours perpetually. Mog built his palace inside this wound, living in the gash in the world made by his patron god's presence. The visual design of Mogwyn Palace is one of the most distinctive in the game, specifically because it is the aesthetic of divine injury made architectural, a civilization built inside a wound that the world cannot close because the entity that made it is still here. The formless mother does not appear as a character. She appears as an environment. The palace is her body, and Mog is her priest inside it. The Age of Stars. Ending visuals. The Age of Stars ending, which concludes Ranni's questline, ends with a cutscene showing the Tarnished following a spectral Ranni as the stars begin moving overhead, and the game's sky shifts from its static state to something in motion. The visual language of this ending, the restored celestial movement, the departure implied by Ranni's direction, the scale of the star field, is specifically designed to communicate openness rather than resolution. Most of the game's endings involve the player ascending to the Elden Throne and implementing a specific new world order. The Age of Stars ending involves the player leaving the lands between entirely, following Ranni into an uncharted future beyond the game's map. The Easter egg in this ending is what it implies about the lands between's future. Ranni's age will be one without divine supervision from the greater will or any outer god. The Tarnished who follows her will be her consort in whatever comes next. The game does not show what that is. The ending is a departure scene, not an arrival. The new age is beyond the camera. This is the only ending that explicitly moves the story outside the Lands Between's frame, and it is the ending produced by the most elaborate questline in the game. Mending runes and the multiple endings. The game's ending options, beyond the basic Elden Lord ending, each require a specific mending rune carried by a specific NPC. Fia's rune of the Death Prince produces the Age of the Duskborn, restoring true death. The mending rune of Perfect Order from Goldmask produces a more perfected version of the Golden Order, correcting its internal theological paradox. The mending rune of the Fell Curse from the Dung Eater produces an age of universal omen birth. The Frenzied Flame produces the complete dissolution of all things. The Age of Stars is a separate ending track from all of these. Each mending rune represents a philosophy of what the world should be, carried to its logical conclusion. The Easter egg is in the characters who carry them. Fia believes true death is necessary for life to have meaning. Goldmask believes the order must be corrected from within its own logic. The Dung Eater believes the only equitable outcome is universal cursing. Each of them is, in their way, responding to the same problem of the Golden Order's failures, and each of them has arrived at a completely different conclusion. The player, by choosing which NPC's quest to complete and which rune to carry to the Elden Throne, is endorsing one of these philosophies. The game never tells you which one is right. Nephili Lu. Nephili Lu is a warrior NPC who assists the player in the Stormvale boss fight area and has a quest line that intersects with Kenneth Haight and the governance of Limgrave. She's introduced as a pragmatic fighter with no particular divine agenda, just someone who wants to fight and win. Her item description reveals her as the adopted daughter of Gideon Offner, which explains her presence in the tarnished community and her connection to the Round Table Hold's politics. The Easter egg is her eventual role. If her questline is completed correctly, including acquiring Godric's Great Rune for her, she becomes the ruler of Limgrave under Stormvale, governing from the castle after Godric's defeat. This is a possible positive outcome in a game where most questlines end in tragedy. Nephili, who has no divine claim and no agenda beyond competence and martial virtue, ends up governing a piece of the Lands Between through a chain of events involving her foster father's conspiracy, a warrior woman's questline about identity, and the practical question of who fills the power vacuum after a demigod is killed. The fact that a satisfying governance outcome exists in Elden Ring, and that it is achieved through attention to multiple overlapping NPC questlines, is itself an Easter egg for players who believe the game's world is purely tragic. Kenneth Haight. Kenneth Haight is a minor lord, encountered on the road in Limgrave, who has grandiose ideas about restoring Limgrave to proper governance, and clearly expects the player to help him achieve this. He is one of the game's funnier characters, self-important and slightly oblivious, but his questline contributes to the Nephili governance arc, and his eventual placement as Nephili's advisor at Stormvale is the resolution of both their arcs simultaneously. The Easter egg in Kenneth's lore is that he is exactly what he presents as, a minor nobleman with legitimate governance ambitions and no divine power or special ability, who is trying to do something ordinary in a world that has been consumed by extraordinary forces. His self-importance is misplaced, but his goals, the ordinary management of a region, roads maintained, people fed, laws enforced, are the kind of goals that the game's cosmological conflicts have made impossible to pursue. The fact that he gets his chance through the player's intervention and Nephili's martial ability is one of the game's quieter arguments that ordinary civilization is worth preserving, even when extraordinary powers are consuming everything around it. Bok the Seamster. Bok is a demi-human who has been cursed to appear as a small twisted creature, and who, when you dispel the illusion, reveals himself as a humanoid figure with a genuine artistic calling. He is a seamster, skilled at altering armour and clothing, and he wants to alter your armour to make it look better on you specifically. His questline involves him being beaten and rejected by his own community, then finding his purpose by serving the tarnished. The Easter egg in Bock's questline is the mother. He mentions his mother throughout his arc. She told him he was beautiful as he was. If you use a specific item on him, a larval tear that triggers rebirth, he chooses to be reborn as a human, losing his demi-human appearance. If he is reborn, he then questions whether his mother would still recognize him, and eventually loses the thread of his identity. The game lets you inadvertently destroy Bock's sense of self by giving him what he might have wanted. The option to tell him, using Sellen's specific dialogue about self-worth, that he is beautiful as he is prevents this outcome. The Bock questline is a small, careful argument about the relationship between self-acceptance and external validation, and it is built entirely inside the mechanics of an armor alteration NPC who follows you around the game, asking if you need your sleeves let out. The catacombs as burial sites. The many catacombs scattered throughout the lands between are, by their lore framing, places where the dead were interred with some connection to the Erd Tree's guidance. The stake of Marika Resurrection points found in them, the Erd Tree burial watchdog bosses who guard them, and the general architectural style all point toward these spaces as sacred infrastructure for the management of the dead. The Easter egg is the specific relationship between catacombs and the Rune of Death. Before the Rune of Death was sealed by Malekith, catacombs would have been places where the dead were held briefly before being processed by the Erd Tree cycle. After the sealing, the dead can no longer truly leave, which means the catacombs are now holding grounds for things that were supposed to pass through and move on. The undead enemies inside catacombs, the skeletons and spirits that attack the player, are, by this reading, the backed-up consequence of a broken death cycle. The catacombs are still operating as designed, receiving the dead. They are simply no longer able to perform the second half of their function, which is releasing them. The dungeon content of the catacombs is the management problem created by the sealing of destined death. The finger reader crones. The finger readers are the women who serve as translators for the two fingers throughout the game, speaking on behalf of the silent two-fingered entities. They are all old women dressed in white, and they appear in the Round Table Hold, in Liurnia, and in the mountaintops. Their presence at multiple locations suggests that the two fingers have multiple pairs, multiple oracles, each pair served by at least one finger reader. The specific dialogue of the Round Table Hold's finger reader, her responses to questions about the two fingers' guidance, contain subtle tells about the limitations of the two fingers' knowledge. She translates with certainty, but the certainty is a performance of institution rather than a reflection of actual omniscience. The two fingers communicate something. The finger reader interprets it. The interpretation is filtered through a human understanding that may not perfectly capture the original intent. This is the game's acknowledgement that the divine guidance the Golden Order offers, its adherence passes through multiple layers of interpretation before reaching anyone, and that each layer introduces the possibility of translation error. The finger readers are faithful interpreters doing their best with something that may not be fully communicable in mortal language. Gideon learning of the Halig tree. The specific trigger for Ensha's attack, learning the location of the Halig tree from Albus in the Albinoric village, reveals something important about Gideon Ofnir's intelligence network. Gideon has been systematically gathering information about every major location and every great rune site in the lands between. Ensha was his agent at the Round Table Hold, monitoring what the Tarnished were learning and acting on Gideon's behalf when they learned something critical. The Halig tree is specifically valuable because it is Miquella's location, and Miquella is an Empyrean whose great rune could significantly change the balance of power among the Tarnished pursuing the throne. Gideon's interest in controlling information about the Halig tree reflects his broader strategy, which is not to pursue the Elden Throne himself, but to ensure that whoever does pursue it does so on terms he can manage. His intervention against the player at the endgame is the moment his information management strategy reaches its limit. He knows everything. He cannot act on any of it constructively. When you defeat him, his final words acknowledge that he knew all along, which is not a comfort. The mountaintops and old Godfrey. In the mountaintops of the giants, there is a spirit that manifests briefly in certain locations, an enormous golden figure that appears and disappears. This is generally interpreted as a residual spiritual impression of Godfrey, whose military campaigns in the Giants era brought him to these mountains, where the most significant battles of that conflict were fought. The item descriptions of certain mountaintop enemies and items reference the campaign of the first Elden Lord, and the environmental design of the region, with its enormous battlefield scale, suggests that this was the site of the most decisive military engagement in the Golden Order's history of conquest. Finding Godfrey's ghost impression in the region where he fought his greatest battles is finding a specific kind of historical residue, a place so soaked in an individual's significance that their presence persists in some attenuated form even after everything else has changed. The windmill villages. There are windmill villages in the Altus Plateau and the mountaintops, small settlements where villagers dressed in festive clothing dance around windmills. These dancers are the celebrants who are celebrating a harvest in honor of the Erd tree. The specific detail is that the celebrants are hostile. If you approach too closely, they attack, and the items they drop and their armor descriptions reveal that the harvest being celebrated is a blood harvest. The celebrants using flails and harvesting tools in a ritual context that is clearly less benign than the festive aesthetic suggests. The furl-calling finger remedy item recipe involving thin beast bones and a Erdleaf flower describes the harvesting practices of the celebrant tradition. The windmill villages are places where a devotional tradition toward the Erd tree has evolved over time into something that the designers are clearly presenting as a corrupted harvest festival, a celebration that retained its festive visual language while losing its original meaning and acquiring something darker in its place. The dancing, brightly coloured, weapon-wielding celebrants are one of the game's more unsettling examples of something that looks harmless at a distance and is not. Nephili's hammer Nephili Lu uses a paired set of Stormhawk axes in combat, and her item description connects her weapon choice to the Stormhawk, a stormbird whose connection to Godfrey's legacy is referenced in the Golden Order's military iconography. The Stormhawk is associated with Godfrey's old forces, the warriors who left the lands between with him as the first Tarnished and who developed their own warrior culture in the Outer Lands. Nephili, adopted by Gideon and therefore with an uncertain lineage, uses weapons associated with Godfrey's tradition, which points toward a possible connection to the original Tarnished warrior culture that the game never makes explicit. Her last name, Lu, is Godfrey's surname. Godfrey, first Elden Lord, is formally named Godfrey, first Elden Lord, but the name Huara Lu appears in conjunction with his identity, specifically in his second boss phase. Nephili Lu sharing this surname is a quiet lore breadcrumb that her lineage may be more connected to the founding of the Tarnished tradition than Gideon's adoption of her suggests. Huara Lu and Godfrey. When Godfrey is defeated in his first phase as the ghostly golden apparition, he sheds the lordly presentation and the Sirosh suppressor and addresses the player as Huara Lu, warrior. This is the name he used before he became Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Huara Lu was a chieftain of the Badlands who was given grace by Marika and became her first consort, fighting her campaigns and being elevated to Lord. The Huara Lu identity is his original self, the warrior before the title, and the second phase of his fight is explicitly about encountering that original identity underneath the history of lordship. His second phase moveset is completely different from the first, entirely unarmed, grappling-based, raw physical aggression. Removing Serosh removed the suppressor of this original nature. The fight in its second phase is against what Godfrey actually was before the Erd Tree, before the title, before the campaigns. The Easter egg is that this revelation confirms Huaralu as Nephili's ancestral name, connecting the late-game boss to the minor Limgrave questline NPC through a piece of lore embedded in a boss fight's phase transition. The Ulcerated Tree Spirits. The Ulcerated Tree Spirits are boss enemies found in various dungeons, specifically those with connections to the Erd Tree's root system or to corrupted Erd Tree energy. They are the degraded forms of Erd Tree guardians, divine creatures that once protected the minor Erd Trees, now infected and corrupted by something connected to the shattering or to the death root spread from Godwyn's body. Their item descriptions describe them as guardians whose divine purpose has been twisted by contamination. The Easter egg is their movement and physical design, which closely resembles the limb articulation of the Godwyn face and roots in the deep root depths. They move like something constructed from multiple limbs without central coordination, which is the visual language the game uses for entities contaminated by Godwyn's soulless body growth. The Ulcerated Tree Spirits are, by visual and lore evidence, Erd Tree creatures that have been partially assimilated by Godwyn's spreading biological presence, guardians of the Divine Tree, turned into expressions of the Divine Tree's infection. They are still guarding. They are just guarding in the wrong direction. The Erd Tree Avatar Watchers. The Erd Tree Avatars, large tree spirit bosses found at the bases of minor Erd trees, are clearly guardians of those trees, in the same way the Ulcerated Tree Spirits are corrupted guardians. Their design, enormous figures of golden brown, with hollow eyes and swinging arms made of roots, communicates the exact aesthetic of divine botanical life, made mobile and aggressive. The Easter egg is the locations. Every minor Erd tree in the game has an avatar guarding it, but the distribution of minor Erd trees across the map is not uniform. Some regions have multiple, others have one at a margin. The minor Erd trees are not evenly distributed because the Erd tree's root system grew organically, expressing itself more strongly in some areas than others. The avatar placements map the Erd tree's gravitational pull in the lands between, the places where the divine tree's influence pulled most intensely. The regions with multiple avatars are the regions most thoroughly saturated by the Erd tree's presence. The regions with none are the margins of the Golden Order's territorial reach, the Fire Monk legacy. The Fire Monks found in the mountaintops and around the Giant's Forge continue the Fell God's Fire tradition in the post-Giant era of the lands between. Their armor set descriptions describe a devotion that survived the military defeat of their theological ancestors. The Fire Giants and their presence near the Forge is a direct statement about what they are protecting. The Fire Giant boss in particular, last of his kind, carries the Fell God's flame within him, and item descriptions suggest that every Fire Giant was a living vessel of the Fell God's fire, in the same way that Malenia is a vessel of the Scarlet Rot Outer God. The Fire Monks are the human inheritors of this tradition, practitioners of a theology built around an entity that literally lives as fire inside the beings that embody it. When you fight the Fire Giant and kill him, you extinguish the last living vessel of the Fell God's flame in the world. The Fire Monks after this event are practicing a religion whose god no longer has a physical presence in the world. Devotees of a flame that was just put out. The forge still works because the fire was held in the giant's body, not in the forge itself. The implications of what the Fire Monks' lives mean after the giant's death is one of those details the game places in the world and leaves for the player to reach. Dragon's Barrow and Greyol's Kin. The Dragon's Barrow area of Caelid where Grail lies surrounded by her children, also contains a massive quantity of dragon bones and remains from older dragons who died in or before the current era. The scale of these remains suggests that the area was always associated with dragon death, perhaps as a dragon burial ground, perhaps as a site where dragons came to die when their time was over. The living dragons who guard Grail are her last generation, and the bones around them are the previous generations. The long history of dragon life in this area compressed into one vast archaeological deposit. The Easter egg is the perspective this gives on dragon civilization. Dragons are long-lived enough that the bones of many generations can accumulate in a single location, a timeline measured in geological deposits rather than historical records. Grail herself, too old to move, surrounded by the bones of her predecessors and protected by her children, is a living link between the earliest dragon era and the present, a creature whose lifespan spans the gap between the world before the Erd Tree and the game's present day. She is her own historical archive. Celia, Town of Sorcery. Celia is a sorcery town in Caelid that has been largely destroyed by the scarlet rot spreading from the Aeonia swamp. The sealed doors throughout the town, which must be opened by lighting braziers on the surrounding cliffs, hide various treasures, including the imprisoned sorcerer Lusa. The Easter egg in Celia's layout is the quality of preservation despite the rot. The architecture of the town, while damaged, retains enough of its original character to read as a place of significant scholarly achievement, a town built around the practice and teaching of magic in a tradition distinct from Raya Lucaria. The Celia sorcery tradition, referenced in various item descriptions, appears to have been related to the rot in some way before Ionia's bloom, possibly studying it as a phenomenon or attempting to use it as a magical medium. This would explain why the town survived as long as it did when the rot spread, if the population had some familiarity or preparation for rot exposure. Lusat's imprisonment in a crystal shell deep within the town connects his primeval sorcery research to the Celia tradition, suggesting he was there for a reason, connected to the town's specific magical interests before being overtaken by the crystal growth that trapped him. The Carian invaders. Throughout Liurnia, there are enemy encounters involving Carian knight types, warriors in the distinctive blue and silver of the Carian royal family, who appear as invaders in certain locations. These knights are described in item texts as loyal to Renala or to the Carian house, even after the Golden Order's conflicts with Raya Lucaria and after Renala's defeat. They are the persistence of a feudal military loyalty past the political circumstances that created it. The Easter egg is in their specific locations. Carian knights appear not just in the Carian Manor area, but in locations across Liurnia that were apparently once within the Carian domain's territory, suggesting that the Carian royal family's influence extended much further than the current game world's Carian Manor area suggests. The demarcation between what was once Carian territory and what was once Golden Order territory in Liurnia is one of those maps the game draws in its enemy placement rather than in its explicit geography. Following the Carian knights through Liurnia is tracing the old territorial lines of a conflict that ended with a marriage and a defeat. The Crucible Knight in Redmane Castle. Redmane Castle in Caelid is the site of the Radahn festival and is specifically tied to Radahn's forces and the lead-up to his boss fight. It is also, improbably, home to a Crucible Knight who co-bosses with a Misbegotten in the castle's arena. The Easter egg in this pairing is thematic. The Misbegotten humanoid creatures with beast features who are treated as inferior by the Golden Order's framework, and the Crucible Knight, an ancient warrior who predates the Golden Order's establishment of what life should look like, are paired in a boss fight in a way that connects their respective statuses. Both represent the non-Golden Order, the things that existed before or outside the framework that classified some life as pure and some as cursed. Their presence together in the same fight, in a castle associated with Radan, who was himself a demigod, whose tragedy was shaped by the Golden Order's conflicts, creates a visual argument about the relationship between the Crucible's pre-Erdtree life and the cursed beings that Erdtree's order produced. The Misbegotten. The Misbegotten are humanoid creatures with lion-like manes and clawed feet that appear throughout the game as enemies, most prominently in Castle Morn in the Weeping Peninsula and in various ruins. They have their own social structure, evidenced by the misbegotten warrior enemies who appear to hold leadership roles among groups of regular misbegotten. Their item descriptions describe them as beings with beast characteristics who are treated as inferior by most human societies in the lands between. The Easter egg is their connection to the Crucible. Their beast features are the same kind of Crucible expression that the Golden Order classifies as impure in omens, the same pre-Erdtree biological heritage expressed in a different form. The Misbegotten are not cursed, they are Crucible adjacent, carrying the physical marks of the world's original biological template. Castle Morn's questline, involving the Misbegotten uprising and the human family caught in the middle, is built around the specific social dynamics of a world where the people carrying pre-Erdtree biological traits are systematically marginalized and eventually driven to revolt. The castle falls to the Misbegotten uprising, while the questline NPC's father figure refuses to flee because he believes the castle can be held. It cannot. Edgar, and Irina Edgar, is a knight defending Castle Morn, and Irina is his daughter, found on the road outside the castle, blind and waiting for her father to return to her. The questline involves carrying a letter from Irina to Edgar inside the castle, and completing it within the right window ends with Edgar surviving the castle's fall, reuniting with Irina, and then losing her to the Misbegotten uprising's spread. The Easter egg in Edgar and Irina's questline is its specific emotional architecture. It begins with a blind daughter waiting for a father who won't leave his post. It ends with a father cradling his dead daughter, his mission fulfilled and pointless simultaneously. Edgar becomes a bloody finger invader in the aftermath, his grief having curdled into violent purposelessness, and he appears as a hostile NPC after Irina's death. The questline is one of the game's cleanest expressions of how the Shattering's chaos destroys ordinary family bonds, not through dramatic divine intervention, but through the accumulation of ordinary tragic choices. A father who stayed at his post, a daughter left alone, and a violence that was always coming and arrived while the father was looking in the wrong direction. Dialos and Lanya Dialos is a tarnished found at the Round Table Hold, searching for a woman named Lanya who has gone missing. His questline takes him through several locations as he tracks her, and eventually he arrives at Volcano Manor, where he is found struggling with the realization that Lanya was killed there as a target of the manor's assassination program. He blames himself. He was supposed to protect her. The questline ends at the Jar village of Jarburg, where Dialos is found attempting to atone for his failure by protecting the Jarlings, small jar-shaped creatures, from harm. He dies there, killed by a raider attack he could not stop, still failing to protect the things he cared about. The Easter egg in Dialos' questline is the Jar village's relationship to Alexander, the Iron Fist, whose questline runs parallel. Jarburg is a small innocent settlement of pot creatures who need protection, and the game places two characters there, one who intends to protect them and one who is connected to the Jar community in a different way, and gives each of them a different kind of ending. Dialos' death while trying to protect the Yarlings is the game's most direct statement about the relationship between good intentions and capacity, and about the specific kind of tragedy that comes from both. Alexander, the Iron Fist. Alexander is an Iron Fist, a large pot warrior, found stuck in the ground in Limgrave and requiring the player's help to be pulled free. He is on a journey to become a mighty warrior, driven by a personal code that is entirely earnest and entirely endearing. He is one of the game's few unambiguously good characters, genuinely enthusiastic about combat and growth without any hidden agenda. He is encountered at several points throughout the game, always in unusual situations requiring the player's assistance, always cheerful, always grateful, always moving toward his self-defined goal. The Easter egg in Alexander's questline is the ending. He and the player fight each other in the crumbling Fara Missoula because he has decided this is the proper test of how far he has come. He fights with everything he has. He loses. When you break him open as a reward, the items inside him are, by the law of pot warriors, the compressed essence of the warriors he has consumed and been filled with throughout his journey. He has become, literally, a vessel of the strength he sought, and he gives it to you at the end, because it is more important to him that the strength continue than that it stay contained in him. This is either the most genuinely noble thing in the game or the most quietly devastating, and it is probably both. The Jarlaw pot creatures, or jars, are a specific type of being in the lands between created by placing the remains of warriors inside clay vessels and somehow animating them. The resulting creatures are enormous anthropomorphic jars with faces and personalities, and in some cases distinct warrior identities. Alexander is the most prominent of these. The item descriptions for pot creatures describe them as warrior vessels, containers of heroic essence, and the tradition of creating them is described as an old one, connected to the practice of honouring the dead by literally consuming their remains into a new form. The Easter egg in the Jarlaw is the relationship to Fia's deathbed companion theology. Both systems, the jars and Fia's role, involve the collection and preservation of heroic essence from the dead, and its eventual deployment toward a purpose larger than any individual. Fire carries essence internally, and plans to birth something from it. The jars carry essence structurally, contained in the clay, animated by the combination. They are different architectural solutions to the same law problem, which is what you do with the heroic dead in a world where they cannot properly depart. The Academy's containment cells. Within Raya Lucaria Academy, if players explore thoroughly beyond the main path, they will find sealed cells and rooms containing enemies that were clearly being studied or contained by the Academy before the shattering. The glintstone sorcerer enemies who populate the Academy are the Academy's fallen scholars, now reduced to mindless sorcery casting undead, and the specific types of creatures, sealed in the deeper cells, suggest the Academy was conducting magical research that pushed well beyond standard glintstone theory. The Moongrum Carian Knight who appears near Renala's Bossfog Gate was apparently a guardian left behind by the Carian family to protect Renala even after her defeat. His loyalty, expressed through a hostility toward anyone approaching the Grand Library, is the last remnant of the Carian court service to its queen in a building that has otherwise been entirely consumed by its transformation into a ruin full of hostile former scholars. The Academy's fallen state is not the result of external attack, but of the shattering's disruption of the divine structures that kept it functioning, a building full of people who lost their minds or their humanity because the divine framework they depended on collapsed. Renala's children. The boss fight against Renala has a first phase involving children she has created and empowered with her sorcery. Small glowing figures carrying her ember of power who must be removed before she becomes vulnerable. These children are her rebirth experiments. Renala's attempts to use the Amber Egg Radagon left her to create new life. The children she summons in the fight are described in various lore contexts as failures, beings she attempted to bring into full existence who did not reach completion. The Easter egg is the ones you fight in the library, the scholars and staff reduced to hostile undead, who locked Renala in the Grand Library because her grief-induced magical instability made her dangerous. They are her former colleagues and servants, people who built their careers and lives within the institution she led, driven to contain her because the woman who made the academy great became uncontrollable when she broke. The contrast between the institutional order of the academy, built on careful scholarship and careful magic, and the chaotic grief magic spilling from the amber-lit chamber where Renala cradles her egg, is the contrast between the worlds before and its after, personified in one building. The full moon sorcery lineage. The full moon sorceries, including Renala's full moon and the dark moon greatsword's weapon art, and Rani's dark moon, form a lineage of lunar magic connected specifically to the Karian tradition and to the cosmological claim that the moon is a source of divine power, independent of the Erd tree. Renala's full moon is a manifestation of the full moon's restorative and debilitating power, casting a sphere of cold lunar energy. The dark moon associated with Rani is described as a cold moon that appears when her age of stars is established, a different moon than the standard one, a cosmic expression of her independence from the greater will. The Easter egg is the visual progression from Renala's golden-tinted full moon, beautiful and complete, to Rani's dark moon, which is defined by absence and independence. Renala worships and summons the full moon. Her daughter Rani becomes the dark moon. The maternal tradition is inherited and inverted, the full becoming dark, not as a diminishment, but as the expression of a different kind of completeness, one that belongs to the daughter rather than the mother. The Stargazer's Ruins. The Stargazer's Ruins in the mountaintops of the Giants contain an NPC named Latenna in one variant of the questline completion, and are filled with the remnants of academic structures that appear to have been observatories. The mountaintops, being the highest point of the accessible lands between, would have been ideal for celestial observation, and the ruins suggest that scholarly activity connected to star watching was conducted here before the region was devastated by the Giants' conflict. The connection between stellar observation and the magical traditions associated with it, including gravity sorcery, lunar sorcery, and the Nox people's underground star worship, creates a picture of a civilization deeply invested in understanding the cosmos above it. The Stargazer's specific ruins are damaged in ways consistent with the Giants' conflict, rather than the more recent shattering, suggesting they were destroyed specifically by Godfrey's campaign, rather than persisting into the current era and then failing. They are ruins of ruins, a scholarly tradition destroyed before the game's current era even began. The Vagrant Enemies. The Vagrant Enemies, small wounded creatures that drop crafting materials and occasionally rare items, are a peculiar presence in the lands. Between that most players overlook as simple wildlife, the item descriptions of the items they drop, and the few lore references to vagrants as a type, describe them as wandering masses of discarded objects and belongings that have accumulated will and become mobile. They are, in the most literal sense, the game's world's detritus given life, not through divine intention, but through the kind of passive cosmic process that seems to be an ambient property of the lands between, where things of significance persist in forms they were not originally intended to take. The Easter egg is that this description of vagrants makes them a low-level expression of the same principle as the spirit ashes, the mimic tear, the silver tears, and the lingering ghosts of NPCs encountered throughout the world. The lands between is a place where things refuse to simply end, where even discarded objects can accumulate enough presence to move around and have a form. The vagrants are the bottom of this cosmic scale, and the spirit summons from the Elden Beast are the top. The Bestial Sanctum and Gurranq. The Bestial Sanctum is an enormous church in the far northeast of Caelid, accessible early in the game through a hidden teleporter near the third church of Marika, and guarded by a Blackblade kindred at its entrance. Inside is Gurranq, beast clergyman, a large beast humanoid who consumes Deathroot in exchange for teaching the player bestial incantations. His behavior becomes increasingly agitated as you bring him more Deathroot. The Easter egg in Gurank's identity is the boss fight in Farum Azula. Malekith, the Black Blade, fought as a major boss in crumbling Farum Azula, has a dual nature. His first phase is Malekith in his Gurrank Beast clergyman form, identical to the bestial Sanctum NPC, and after a certain health threshold, he transforms into Malekith, the Black Blade, his divine shadow aspect. Gurrank and Malekith are the same entity. The consumable of Deathroot that Gurrank has been eating throughout the questline is Malekith eating the death energy he is supposed to be containing, trying to suppress it by consuming it. Every piece of Deathroot the player brings to the bestial sanctum is a piece of Godwyn's spreading death corruption, being consumed by the very entity tasked with keeping destined death sealed. The questline is Malekith's ongoing struggle with the thing he sealed inside himself. The Remembrance System. Remembrances are items dropped by major bosses and can be duplicated at walking mausoleums, large shell-like creatures that wander certain areas. The remembrances can be consumed for runes or taken to Enia, the finger reader at the Round Table Hold, in exchange for weapons, spells, or armor crafted from the boss's essence. The Easter egg is what remembrances are described as. Item descriptions say that a remembrance is a physical vestige of a great figure, the compressed memory of everything they were. Consuming it for runes is described as consuming that memory. Taking it to Enya and trading it for a weapon is using that memory to create something new. The walking mausoleums that allow duplication are massive creatures specifically designed as living memorials, their shells covered in carved effigies of the figures commemorated in the remembrances they help preserve. The mausoleum system of the game, the mobile stone creatures with carved faces, and the ability to duplicate memory objects is an entire cosmological architecture for the preservation and deployment of heroic legacy. The game's boss loot system is framed as a memorial institution, and that framing changes what it feels like to use any of the resulting weapons. The Draconic Tree Sentinel. The Draconic Tree Sentinel, encountered at the entrance to Leyndell, is a boss who combines dragon aesthetics with the Tree Sentinel's golden-eared Tree Guardian appearance. His item description references the ancient pact between the Golden Order and the ancient dragons, a formal alliance in which the Erd Tree's institutions acknowledged and incorporated the power of dragon communion. The Draconic Tree Sentinel is the physical expression of that alliance, a guardian of the capital city who carries both dragon aesthetic and Erd Tree guardian function. The Easter egg is the pact itself. The Golden Order did not simply defeat or supplant the ancient dragons. It made a formal arrangement with them, incorporating dragon communion practices into its broader religious framework in a way that gave the dragon tradition a legitimized space within the Golden Order's theology. The Cathedral of Dragon Communion on the Caelid Coast is the institutional expression of this arrangement, a formally permitted space for dragon communion within the Golden Order's territory. The Draconic Tree Sentinel is the Alliance's guardian, and his placement at the capital's entrance is the statement that the Golden Order's power incorporated dragon power rather than simply defeating it. The Rolled Lift. The Grand Lift of Rolled is the mechanism for ascending from the Leyndell area to the mountaintops of the Giants, and it requires the Rolled Medallion to activate. The lift's design, enormous golden architecture with portraits of its original builders worked into the mechanism, is consistent with the Golden Order's grandeur. The specific Easter egg here is the alternative medallion option. Holding the Haligtree secret medallion at the lift produces a different activation, taking you not to the standard mountaintop destination, but to the consecrated snowfield, the hidden area that connects to the path to the Haligtree. The same physical mechanism, the same lift, produces two different destinations based on which medallion you hold. This is not simply a gameplay convenience, it reflects the in-world design of the lift, which was built with two destinations encoded into it: the official route to the mountaintops and the secret route to the consecrated snowfield hidden in the mechanism's second setting. Someone at some point built a hidden destination into the grand lift of Rold, and the obvious candidate for who wanted a secret route to the Haligtree approach encoded into the Lands Between's official infrastructure is the same person who built the Haligtree in secret in the first place: the consecrated snowfield. The consecrated snowfield is a hidden area accessible only through the Haligtree Medallion's secret lift destination, a vast blizzard-swept plain almost entirely obscured by whiteout conditions. It contains some of the game's most challenging enemies and several of its most obscure items, including the legendary weapons guarded by specific enemy types. The design philosophy of the consecrated snowfield is maximum concealment, a large area made difficult to navigate by weather conditions so severe that orientation is essentially impossible without external reference. The area is this way because it was designed to be hard to find and harder to cross, a final obstacle before the approach to Ordina and then the Haligtree. Michele made the access to his hidden sanctuary as difficult as possible. The consecrated snowfield is the moat. The blizzard is the moat's water, and only those who have come this far with specific intention, carrying both halves of a secret medallion obtained through separate quest lines in different parts of the world, are meant to cross it. The game places some of its best items here for exactly this reason. The difficulty of the access is proportional to the reward, and both are proportional to the secrecy of what the field is protecting. The Deathblight status effect. Deathblight is a status effect in Elden Ring that, when it fills the relevant meter, kills the player character instantly, regardless of current health. It is associated with Godwyn's death corruption, with the Elden Beast's attacks, and with the Deathrite bird enemies that appear at night. Its mechanical nature, instant death bypassing health entirely, is a statement about what this form of death represents. It is not damage, it is destined death, the proper death of the soul rather than the body. The Easter egg is the relationship between the Deathblight mechanic and the game's lore about Malekith sealing the Rune of Death. The Rune of Death being sealed is why the player character cannot truly die throughout the game, only being sent back to a site of grace. Deathblight, when it fills, is a lore-accurate game over, a moment when the residual destined death energy in the Lands Between overwhelms the protection that the sealed rune provides. The mechanic is an exception that proves the rule. Normally you're protected from true death, because death doesn't fully work. Deathblight is the form it takes when enough death energy accumulates to overcome that protection. The game over screen is, lore accurately, the one outcome that cannot be corrected by a site of grace. Bloodflame and Mog's theology. Mog's specific form of the blood magic granted to him by the Formless Mother is called Bloodflame, a fire that burns with the energy of the outer god of blood. The Bloodflame incantations, including Bloodflame Talons and Bloodflame Blade, describe this fire as one that inflicts wounds that refuse to close, fire that burns the soul, as well as the body, powered by the Formless Mother's divine blood. The Easter egg in the Bloodflame theology is Mog's dynasty fantasy. He intends to create a dynasty of Bloodflame gods, with himself as Lord and Michele as a divine figure elevated by Mog's ritual. The specific rituals described in Mog's armor, set and item descriptions involve the application of Bloodflame in ceremonial contexts, using the fire to consecrate and transform. He is building a religion around the Formless Mother's fire, creating ceremonial practices and a hierarchical theology that mirrors the Golden Order's structure with a different divine sponsor. His palace's aesthetic, the gold and the red and the elaborate ritualistic staging areas is not chaos. It is an alternative divine order with its own liturgical logic, built inside a wound in the sky. Vike, Knight of the Round Table. Vike is a tarnished who appears in a single painting in the Round Table Hold, depicted at the Erdtree's base, in a posture suggesting he was one of the great tarnished of his era. His in-game appearance is as an enemy who invades in two locations, the Church of Inhibition in Liurnia and the Lord Contender's location in the mountaintops. And his armor-set description reveals that he was one of the tarnished who came closest to becoming Elden Lord before embracing the frenzied flame. His armor description says he was lured to the Three Fingers and branded. His painted honor in the Round Table Hold is the memorial of who he was before that. The Easter egg is the painting itself. Vike is depicted in the same room where the Two Fingers lie, in a pose of near divine ascent, and his actual fate is to be found as a hostile invader associated with the frenzied flame's madness, bearing an Erdtree fire incantation called Surge, O Flame, that uses both the Erdtree's flame and the frenzied flame simultaneously. He is a figure who carried two fires and was consumed by the wrong one, and the painting in the Round Table Hold is the version of him that existed before he made the wrong choice. The paintings and their seekers. Throughout the lands between, there are specific paintings that, when examined, trigger questlines in which the player must find the physical location depicted in the painting and receive a reward from a phantom. The painter and the seeker are connected through the painting itself, the painter depicting a place they loved, the seeker finding that place as an act of pilgrimage to the painter's vision. The Easter egg is the phantom. When you reach the location depicted in a painting, a ghostly figure of the painter is briefly present, and they give you their reward before disappearing. They are not alive. They left their essence in the painting, and it persists as a ghost at the location they painted, waiting for someone who followed their brush. The mechanic is a tiny compressed lore statement about art as a form of communication across death, the painter's vision, preserved, and the gift they wanted to give, available to anyone willing to make the journey they depicted. Given the game's themes about the persistence of things that should have ended, the painting quest system is an unusually gentle expression of that persistence, art surviving where the artist did not. Round Table Hold's physical change. Late in the game, the Round Table Hold undergoes a physical transformation. Specifically, after you reach Lanedale in the main quest, the hold is found in a different state, with fire burning in it, and the NPCs who are there are either gone or present in altered circumstances. The transformation of the hold reflects the in-world event of the Erdtree's burning, which changes the physical conditions of a space sustained by Erdtree energy. The sanctuary that was outside the dangers of the world is no longer outside them once the tree itself is on fire. The Easter egg is the persistence of some things through this transformation and the disappearance of others. Characters who are deeply connected to the hold's function as a divine way station may no longer be present. Characters whose stories reached completion before this point are gone for different reasons. The hold's transformation from sanctuary to burned space is the game's statement that the protections extended by the Golden Order's infrastructure do not survive the shattering's full consequences. The safe room becomes a room. The place outside the world becomes a place inside it. The finger's physical form. The Two Fingers' physical presentation, enormous two-fingered hands lying prone on special altars, is unusual enough that it demands some discussion of what the design is communicating. The finger readers translate for them. The two fingers do not speak in any human language. They exist in a state that is neither awake nor asleep, producing signals that the readers interpret as guidance. The physical absurdity of the form, a hand without a body, lying on a ceremonial surface, emitting divine intention, is a deliberate design choice that desacralizes the sacred in a specific way. Whatever the greater will is communicating to the lands between, it is doing so through something that looks like a discarded body part with extraordinary influence. The reverence directed at this form by the Golden Order's adherents is the reverence directed at a severed hand. The gap between what the two fingers look like and what they mean to the people who follow their guidance is one of the game's quieter arguments about the gap between divine form and divine function, between what gods look like and what we need them to be. The fingerprint stone shield. The fingerprint stone shield is one of the heaviest and most protective shields in the game, covered in the fingerprint markings associated with the three fingers and the frenzied flame. Its item description says it is carved from a single boulder and bears the marks of the three fingers, an object created in service of or in opposition to the frenzied flame tradition. The Easter egg is less in the item itself, and more in the fact that it exists as a standard piece of equipment, while also bearing the unmistakable marks of the most cosmologically dangerous entity in the game. Someone made a shield out of a rock that carries the mark of the three fingers and distributed it or left it where it could be found. The casual existence of this item in the game world suggests that the frenzied flame tradition, whatever its cosmological implications, has a material culture, objects made in its image or service that circulate through the lands between as ordinary equipment. The divine force of dissolution has its own shield. It would not be inaccurate to say this is darkly funny. Miriel, Pastor of Vows. Miriel is a large turtle wearing a papal hat, found at the Church of Vows in Liurnia, where he serves as a vendor, an NPC, who can teach both sorceries and incantations, an extremely rare combination. The Church of Vows is the location where sins can be absolved using a celestial dew item, a mechanic that allows players who have done something that made an NPC permanently hostile to reset that hostility. Miriel is patient, warm, and deeply knowledgeable, and his presence at a church associated with vows and reconciliation reflects his character. The Easter egg in Miriel's lore is his continuity. He was at the Church of Vows before the Shattering. He is there during the game. He will be there after. His dialogue about the church and its purpose, about the vows that were made there, and the nature of divine promises, carries the weight of someone who has been the custodian of this space for a very long time and intends to continue being so. The Turtle Pope is not simply a charming character. He is one of the land's between's most stable points of reference, a figure who persists without agenda or dramatic arc, just continuing to be exactly what he is in exactly the location he chose to be in, long after everything around him changed. The Golden Order's self-contradiction. Pulling multiple threads together, a consistent Easter egg throughout Elden Ring, is the Golden Order's internal self-contradiction, the ways in which the divine framework of the world consistently fails to live up to its own claims. The Omen curse brands children with crucible traits and condemns them as impure, but crucible incantations are used by the Order's most powerful ancient warriors. True death was removed from the world in the name of maintaining order, but the consequence is a world where nothing can properly end, and the ear tree is engorged with souls. Marika shattered the very ring she was supposed to maintain. Radagon, her consort, and herself built a church on a theology whose central figure was a paradox. Godwyn, the Order's beloved son, was killed. Miquella, the Order's most gifted Empyrean, built a competing tree rather than serve the greater will. The Golden Order is presented as the world's divine law, and it is presented as a structure in the process of failing across every dimension simultaneously. The Easter egg is cumulative. The more you read, the more it becomes clear that the world's divine order was always fragile, always full of exceptions, always dependent on the specific continued cooperation of beings who eventually chose not to cooperate. The Cuckoo Sorceries. The Cuckoo Sorceries are a set of magic spells associated with Raya Lucaria Academy students. described in their item texts as student-level magic, the basic sorcery taught to beginning practitioners of glintstone magic. The Easter egg is the name. Cuckoo, in the context of bird symbolism, carries connotations of deception and displacement, a bird that lays its eggs in other birds' nests. The cuckoo sorceries are the introductory magic of an institution whose founding involved the displacement of the Carian royal family's pure lunar sorcery tradition by a more systematized, academically controlled version. The Academy of Raya Lucaria systematized glintstone sorcery, made it teachable, organized it, and in doing so created something that carried the marks of the original tradition while fitting into a different institutional framework. The name cuckoo for student-level academic sorcery is either a coincidental animal name or a pointed comment on the relationship between institutional knowledge and the tradition it displaced. The Deathroot's Path Deathroot, the item consumed by Gurranq at the Bestial Sanctum, is found in multiple locations across the lands between, always in specific dungeons or collected from the Tibia Mariner enemies. The Easter egg is the geography of Deathroot availability. It appears most densely in areas connected to Godwyn's spreading body, in catacombs and underground spaces, in the same regions where Deathblight energy is strongest. The spread of Deathroot across the map is the map of Godwyn's influence, spreading from the deep-root depths, reaching up through the soil of the lands between, and expressing itself in the form of items that carry concentrated death energy. The fact that this energy is edible for the right kind of entity, that Gurranq can consume it as a dietary item, and that the Tibia Mariners are associated with its collection and distribution, creates a picture of the death energy having an ecology, entering the world through Godwyn's body, spreading through the underground, manifesting in specific locations, and being consumed by entities that can process it. It is a nutrient cycle of death energy, and the game describes it entirely through item placement, enemy distribution, and the behaviour of one NPC at a faraway church. Seluvis's letters, found in his secret cellar, describe his plans in detail. He writes about acquiring influence over Ranni. He discusses the puppet potion and his intentions for it. He references specific people whose removal would benefit his agenda. The letters are written in the first person, clearly personal documents not intended for anyone else's eyes, and their discovery is framed as the accidental intelligence gathering that it is. The Easter egg in the letters is the tone. Seluvis writes about people as resources. He describes Nephili Lu in terms of her utility. He describes Ranni in terms of her power and what controlling it would mean for him. He is not malicious in a theatrical sense. He is purely strategic, approaching every relationship as a potential asset or liability. The contrast between his fawning, sycophantic behaviour toward Ranni in person and the cold, strategic language of his private letters is the kind of characterization detail that only lands if you find the letters after encountering him in person. The face he shows and the face in the letters are different faces wearing the same mask. The Carian Manor Spirits. Caria Manor in Liurnia is the ancestral home of the Carian royal family, and it is populated by spirit hands, disembodied spectral hands that crawl across the floor and attack the player. These hands are not enemies in the conventional sense. Item descriptions and environmental context suggest they are the residual guardian spirits of the Carian household, magical constructs or bound spirits set to defend the manor against intruders. The Easter egg is the form they take. Hands specifically are the recurring motif of the game's cosmological architecture, from the 2 fingers to the 3 fingers to the fingerings to the handprint imagery on various items. The Carian manor being defended by hands is consistent with the Carian family's specific magical tradition, which developed in proximity to the 2 fingers and the lunar cosmological framework that operated alongside them. The hands defending the manor are a Kyrian-specific version of a cosmic motif that appears throughout the game in different registers. The Eclipse Shotel. The Eclipse Shotel is a curved blade found in Castle Sol that deals holy damage and whose weapon art involves a solar eclipse visual effect. Its item description connects it to the eclipse, a celestial event in which the moon covers the sun, temporarily blocking the sun's light with the moon's shadow. In the game's cosmological language, where the sun is associated with the Eod tree's golden light, and the moon is associated with the Kyrian lunar tradition, an eclipse is the moment when the moon's power supersedes the sun's. The Eclipse Shotel was kept at Castle Sol, a castle in the mountaintops guarded by Commander Nile, a castle whose very name suggests a solar association. The Easter egg is the weapon being kept at a solar-named castle. The Eclipse Blade, the weapon whose aesthetic is the moon obscuring the sun, is stored at the Castle of the Sun, in the territory guarded by someone who served Marika. Its placement there, in the most conceptually opposite location to where its lunar symbolism might suggest it belongs, is either a territorial capture or an ironic comment on the relationship between the competing cosmologies, Elden Stars and the Greater Will. The Elden Stars incantation, which calls down a cascade of golden stars, is described in its item text as the primordial incantation of the Greater Will, the closest thing to a direct expression of that outer god's power accessible to mortals. The Easter egg is the gap between what it is and what it does mechanically. Elden Stars does significant damage and has an impressive visual effect, but its item description positions it as the most sacred spell in the game's cosmological framework, the direct voice of the Greater Will in incantation form. Using it is calling on the same power that shaped the Elden Ring and established the Golden Order. The fact that it is used by hitting enemies with golden lights creates a slightly uncomfortable dissonance between the profundity of what the item description claims it is and the practical context in which it is deployed. This is a consistent quality of Elden Ring's approach to sacred power. The most cosmologically significant items are also just items, useful or not useful, bought and sold and found, and consumed in the same economy as everything else. The Greater Will's primordial utterance drops off an enemy somewhere, or sits in a chest. Its sanctity is entirely dependent on whether you choose to engage with the text that explains it. The Ancient Dragon. Lightning incantations. The Ancient Dragon lightning incantations, including Dragon Lightning, Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike, and their variants, are described as the True Lightning, the original storm that predated the Divine Order's more systematized versions. They are visually distinct from regular lightning, carrying a purple-gold tone rather than bright white, and the item descriptions consistently frame them as older and in some sense more authentic than the lightning sorceries and incantations of the current era. The Easter egg is temporal specificity. The descriptions say this lightning predates the Eod tree, which means it predates the current cosmological order, which means using it is using a force that the current divine framework did not create and cannot fully account for. The ancient dragons who still wield it, like Lanciax and the Farum Azula bosses, are not simply powerful enemies. They are practitioners of a tradition that the Golden Order could not systematize or absorb because it predates the Order itself. They are its cosmic elders in a very specific sense, and their lightning is the reminder of that elder status. Gurank's true hunger. As more death roots are delivered to Gurank, his dialogue changes. He becomes agitated. His hunger for the death root grows more urgent and less controlled. At one point he attacks the player character before coming back to himself and apologizing. The Easter egg in this progression is Malekith's internal struggle. Gurunk is Malekith, Malekith sealed the rune of death inside himself on Marika's order. The Deathroot items the player brings him are concentrated expressions of the destined death energy he is supposed to be containing. Eating them is eating more of the thing he is holding, attempting to absorb and control it through consumption. As more Deathroot enters him, the rune of death's energy grows, and the restraint that allows him to maintain the Gurranq persona becomes harder. The attack on the player is the rune of death briefly asserting itself through Gurranq's body, the sealed power pushing against the seal. His apology after is Gurranq re-establishing control. The questline is a sequence of visits to an entity in the process of losing a battle against the power he agreed to contain, and the player is feeding that battle by bringing him more of what he is fighting. The Scaled Armor and Dragon Communion. The Scaled Armor set associated with Dragon Communion practitioners and those who have consumed enough Dragon Hearts to begin manifesting draconic traits has item descriptions that describe the progressive physical transformation that Dragon Communion produces in dedicated practitioners. Those who eat enough Dragon Hearts and commune deeply enough with their draconic power begin to grow scales. Their bodies shift toward the form of what they have been consuming. The Easter egg is the implication for the more extreme communion practitioners and for characters whose item descriptions reference long histories of Dragon Communion. The Dragon Lord's breastplate and other armor associated with high-level communion practitioners describe bodies that are partially dragon, humans who have taken the communion so far that the distinction between themselves and what they consumed has blurred. Dragon Communion, taken to its extreme, is transformation. The ritual of eating hearts becomes a process of becoming. The theology of Dragon Communion, in its fullest expression, is not about gaining the dragon's power. It is about becoming the dragon. The Draconic Tree Sentinel and similar entities are the institutional acknowledgement that this process is real and produces beings of genuine hybrid nature. The Numen, Marika's people. The Numen are repeatedly referenced in item descriptions as a people who came to the lands between from outside, a group with specific biological characteristics, including a very low birth rate and long lifespans. Marika is specifically described as Numen. The Black Knife Assassins are Numen. The description of Numen as a people from a different land who arrived in the lands between and rose to positions of divine and political significance is the game's quiet establishment of a specific origin story for the current divine order that is rooted in a foreign migration. The Golden Order, the Erdtree's theology, the divine laws of the lands between, these were all established by a woman who was not originally from this place. The existing peoples of the lands between, the Crucible tradition, the ancient dragons, the giants, the Nox underground cities, all predated the Numen arrival and Marika's elevation. The current world is not the world that was always here. It is the world that was established by people who came from somewhere else and imposed their cosmological framework on what they found. The Numen origin of Marika is one of the most politically charged pieces of lore in the game, and it sits entirely in item descriptions without ever being narrated. The Divine Towers. The Divine Towers scattered across the lands between serve a specific mechanical function, activating great runes obtained from boss defeats, but their lore function is more significant. Each Divine Tower is described as a connection point between the Erdtree and a specific region's divine administration, a point where the great rune's power is formally acknowledged by the Erdtree's energy. They are bureaucratic infrastructure, the physical manifestation of the Golden Order's system for managing the distribution of divine power. The Easter egg is the Tower of Breastwater, not a real tower name, but the broader point is that each tower's specific design and the specific great rune it activates creates a local mythology. The Divine Tower of Leonia, for example, requires crossing a flooded bridge and a specific key to enter, and its activation of Renala's Great Rune reflects the Liurnia region's specific history. The towers are both architectural and narrative landmarks, each one a chapter heading in the history of the Golden Order's regional administration, and the player's journey to each one is a compressed version of that region's story. The finger-severing cutscene. When Ranni uses the Finger Slayer blade on the two fingers as part of her questline, the cutscene shows her severing her connection to the two fingers' guidance, physically and cosmologically. The two fingers, already weakened or in a state of torpor, cannot prevent this. The act of a demigod, an Empyrean chosen as a potential vessel for an outer god, actively severing the physical intermediary between herself and that god's will, is the most explicit act of divine independence in the game. The Easter egg is the scale of what this means cosmologically. Ranni was chosen as an Empyrean for the greater will. She was the next potential divine figure, in line for a specific cosmic role. Her severing of the connection does not simply end her obligation. It creates a vacancy in the greater will's plan, a divine succession that now has no candidate. The Elden Ring's governance situation, after Ranni's departure from the succession, is one of the game's open cosmic questions, and the Fingerslayer blade's use is the moment the question is formally opened. Starlight Shards and Farum Azula's Sky. Starlight Shards are consumable items found in limited quantities across the lands between, and more abundantly in crumbling Farum Azula. Their item description says they are fragments of stars, small pieces of stellar matter that have fallen to Earth. The Easter egg is their concentration in Farum Azula. Farum Azula exists outside normal time, preserved in a temporal stasis that includes its surrounding environment. Its sky is a perpetual storm, with stars visible above and below, the architectural complex floating in what might be described as the space between times. The concentration of starlight shards in Farum Azula suggests that the temporal anomaly of the place is constantly shedding stellar material, that the stars visible in its extratemporal atmosphere are close enough to shed physical fragments, that the ruins of Farum Azula are literally dusted with pieces of the cosmos. This is an environmental detail that rewards players who pay attention to where consumable items are concentrated, turning an inventory management observation into a lore statement about the nature of a location. The Rune of Destined Death and its power. The Rune of Destined Death is the formal name for the power that Ranni stole a fragment of on the Night of Black Knives, and that Malekith subsequently sealed within himself. It is the foundational cosmic law governing the proper ending of souls, the mechanism by which lives complete themselves and depart. The Easter egg in the Rune of Destined Death's lore is the comparison to everything else in the game. Every great rune governing some aspect of existence, every cosmic power wielded by demigods and outer gods, every divine incantation and sorcery is built on or around the framework that the Rune of Destined Death anchors. It is the most fundamental cosmic law because it governs endings, and without endings, nothing about the world functions as it should. The entire game, the Shattering, the Tarnished, the Sights of Grace, the accumulated souls in the Erd Tree, Godwyn's body, Ranni's doll, all of it is downstream of what happens when you remove the law of proper endings from a world. Elden Ring is, in its entirety, a story about what happens in a world where death doesn't work right. The Rune of Destined Death is the name of the thing that went wrong. Marika's plan and the Shattering. The question of whether Marika intended the Shattering has been debated extensively in the Elden Ring community, and the lore evidence allows for multiple readings. The reading supported by the most item description. Evidence is that Marika became disillusioned with the greater will after Godwyn's death, that the loss of her most beloved child, combined with the greater will's response to that loss, which was to continue operating the divine system without acknowledgement of her grief, pushed her to shatter the Elden Ring deliberately. Her motive, by this reading, was not strategic, but emotional. A mother who lost her son and broke the world in response. The Easter egg is how this reading distributes moral responsibility. Ranni's Knight of Black Knives triggered the conditions that led to the shattering. Ranni's plan was strategic, purposeful, aimed at her own liberation. Marika's shattering, if grief-driven, was impulsive, total, and had consequences that extended far beyond her intended scope. The game's two most complex characters, Ranni and Marika, are each responsible for different aspects of the world's broken state, and neither of them fully intended all the consequences of their choices. The tragedy is collaborative, the sealed rune of perfect order. Goldmask's mending. Rune of perfect order is described as an equation, a mathematical or logical resolution to the paradox at the centre of the Golden Order's theology. The paradox is the Radagonis Marika revelation, a fact that makes the theological underpinnings of the current divine order incoherent, since the god and her consort being the same person makes the divine family tree a logical impossibility. Goldmask's equation, arrived at through his silent, prolonged contemplation, is a revision of the Golden Order's principles that accommodates this truth rather than suppressing it. The Easter egg is what this means for what the mending rune of perfect order's ending actually produces. The Age of Order ending, in which the Elden Ring is mended with this rune, is a world in which the Golden Order continues, but on more honest theological foundations, a divine framework that has acknowledged its own paradox and revised its claims accordingly. Whether this is better or worse than the other options is left to the player. Goldmask died to produce this revision, his body found at the base of the Erd tree where his contemplation ended, having given everything to the intellectual project of fixing the world through pure reasoning. The shattering's political fallout. The shattering produced a specific set of political consequences that the game maps through its world design. Without the Elden Ring unified, the great runes dispersed among the demigods, and without Marika to arbitrate between them, the demigods began fighting each other for the fragments. The war between Radahn and Malenia in Caelid was the most catastrophic single engagement of this period, but the war itself was not limited to that battle. Multiple demigod factions fought across the lands between, and the current geography of the game, Stormvale's political isolation, Raya Lucaria's ambiguous sovereignty, Volcano Manor's hidden rebellion, the Haligtree's secret sanctuary, is the result of this conflict settling into its current configuration. The game begins after the major fighting has ended, and the political map has stabilized into the ruins. The Easter egg is in understanding that every location in the game is the way it is because of decisions made in the aftermath of the shattering, and that those decisions can be traced back through item descriptions to the specific political choices of specific demigods responding to a specific cosmic event. The world is not simply ruined, it is specifically ruined in exactly the ways that specific choices made it. The Erdtree Burial Watchdog. The Erdtree Burial Watchdog, the boss of most catacombs in the game, is a stone construct that resembles a fat cat or lion sitting in a formal posture that parodies funerary statuary. Its attack patterns involve emitting divine flames, swinging a staff, and expanding its jaw to absurd proportions. The Easter egg is the formal absurdity of the design. It is clearly meant to look like the kind of divine guardian statue found in religious architecture, and its sitting position and wide eyes give it a quality of parody that sits strangely with its genuine threat as a boss. The Erdtree Burial Watchdog is the divine guardian of a burial space, doing exactly the job it was made to do, and it looks slightly ridiculous while doing it. The game's design philosophy generally does not go for straightforward comedy, but the Watchdog's design is close enough to funny that it has become one of the game's most memeable enemy types among players. Whether the slight ridiculousness was intentional commentary on the way sacred guardians often look strange to outside eyes, or simply a character design that tilted slightly too far into the uncanny. The watchdog is one of the game's more charming design notes in a world that is not generally charming. The walking mausoleums. The walking mausoleums are colossal shell-like creatures that wander specific areas of the lands between, their shells carved with the faces of major figures. They serve the mechanical function of allowing duplication of remembrances. Their lore describes them as living memorials, creatures whose purpose is the preservation of the legacies of the great dead. The Easter egg is that they walk. They are not fixed memorials. They are ambulatory memorial institutions carrying the carved faces of the honoured dead through the landscape, rather than sitting in a fixed location and requiring pilgrimage to access. The decision to make the memorial institution mobile, to have it come to the landscape rather than the landscape coming to it, is a statement about the relationship between memory and geography in the lands between. Memory is not kept in fixed places. It walks through the world,